My name is Jan. My whole life, all my choices, led me to this place. When I took this job, I thought things would take a different turn. Well, ironically, they did. My name is Jan, and I was brought here by the other Jan just because he didn't know how to fix his own shit. My name is Jan. I chose the path of science, and now I'm stuck with these feather-brained versions of myself. My name is Jan. I lost everything, but here I am, in a body that does not belong to me. My name is Jan. I've sacrificed my entire life for Lena, and now it turns out she's not even my wife. My name is Jan. And looking at all of them, I've never been happier with who I've become. My name is Jan, and I just want my life back. Yeah? Which one?
Well. It is Thursday night. And hello, Joss. Joss and I, ladies and gentlemen. First in the room. Right, EV23? I'm trying to help Joss. For all the times I ignored him. I wanted to make tonight special. For Joss. Hello. Hello, EV23. Hello, Pete, Rich, Caw. And yes, this is not Crusader Kings 3. And hello, Nick C. Good evening. And hello, Alali H. Howdy to you as well. I guess we can all thank Hacker Evie for ruining Joss's evening by being here first yet again. Nice work, EV23. How's everyone doing tonight? How's your ankle doing, Evie? Weren't you supposed to find out some news, like, about how it's doing this week? There's only one good lawyer judge. The rest are true. I have to think about that one. Yeah, you can't rely on the Discord notification to beat Evie. Because how I post the Discord notification is I wait until the stream's actually already started, and then I open up my own stream from my YouTube page to get the link. Can I do it? Now I'm wondering. I don't even know if I have the link on directly on my stream page. I don't think I do. Like, I literally have to open up a new instance of YouTube to my YouTube channel, and then I see my own stream live, and then I hit it, and then I copy the link over to Discord. So if you're someone like Evie, who's starting an hour and a half ago, is already on my channel, just hitting refresh over and over again until something happens, that's pretty much the kind of dedication you gotta have. And I have to imagine that's what Evie does, because I don't know how else she gets to the stream that quickly. Well, that, and she also knows I'm going to start right around 8. But I don't know. She's the first, like, just super quick, even when I start, like, earlier or later. So the hacking is for real. Maxie, you were too busy walking around your house with your... Oh, Maxie, burn. Okay, annoying news from EV23. Another 3 to 4 months of not putting any weight? Oh my god. Wait, I thought you were liking a brace that you could put weight on it with the brace. Can you use it with the brace, or you just mean it make no weight at all? At all. If so, that's pretty restrictive. You're using government internet at a Mississippi base? Oh, look at Joss is working against all the obstacles to get to this. I mean, just the fact that whole sentence makes me think like, Joss, he deserves to be honorary first. Using government internet at a Mississippi base to tune in to the Thursday stream. They're not even giving good Wi-Fi. Yeah. Was there like a special department that was in charge of making the Wi-Fi work good that got liquidated during during the beginning of the year? The Doge go in and kill the internet efficiency team? I'm sorry, I don't want to get... I'm not exactly talking politics, but... Anyways. No weight at all. Oh, no. Thursday. If you're on a base, I think that counts. You know? So let's see. Well, Evie, I'm sorry. Sorry to hear that it sounds like things aren't healing up as fast as you'd hope that they would. But still, it doesn't sound like it's too far out of the range of what they told you might, you know, how long it might take. So, yeah. Just enjoy. I mean, here's the thing. Well, I guess if my foot was broken, I could still work. Never mind. I was gonna say, I wouldn't mind a little critical foot injury if it meant I didn't have to work for a couple months. But I know I would feel differently if that actually happened to me. It's different when it's, you know, it's like the grass is always greener. It's like when because we all work remotely, and then there are people like in the tornado areas right now, and they keep having to log off because of like tornado sirens and stuff, and I'm like, man, I wish I had tornado sirens so I didn't have to work for a few hours. But then I think, man, what if they're scared about the tornado? It's probably a little not as quite as enjoyable as it sounds to me, sitting here where the worst weather we deal with typically is a little bit of drizzle sometimes. Josh, you bought the Oblivion remaster on Friday and it finished downloading Sunday? Is that for reals? You get a guy on Craigslist. Did Princess carry you the entire time? Hey, what's up, Overlord Mickey? My back could be broken and he could still work. Yeah, that's like... And my internet is solid and all of my technologies, like nothing ever goes wrong that causes me to not be able to work. So... Unless I'm just like not feeling well. That's sort of what ends up happening. I like work until I burn out, and then I get like sick and I have to like take a day off. Yeah, oh yeah, hey Jeff, thanks for asking. Yeah, Millie is completely better. Her cough has been better for a couple weeks. It was it hung on for a little bit. She did have it for a couple weeks, and but no, she's completely back to normal. And we even let her go to her little pet camp over the weekend, and she had a great time. She came back home all played out, but in a good mood, and she's been very energetic. You got physical therapy tomorrow. Only good news, you met your in-pocket deductible for the year, so you can just relax. I mean, it's unfortunate that you had to pay enough to meet your in-pocket deductible, but it's also good that, you know, if you need that much treatment, you don't need to pay for it after this. So, you know, that's what it's for, is when something happens, it's more than just stopping by the doctor to get some, you know, some pills that clear your infection that we won't discuss because it's private. Well, I'm just making it private. I'm gonna stop that line of thought. You're excited to play it and you had to wait. That's one of the games that I kind of bought as soon as it came out. Well, first is on Game Pass, so I started playing it on Game Pass, and I was like, oh, they did a good job with this. I'm gonna want to own this. And then that was right like a few days before we left for Florida, and then I was like, well, if I want to own it, and it's supposed to be Steam Deck verified, so I was like, I'd like to be able to play this like when we're stuck in airports and everything else. And to my credit, I actually did find a few opportunities to play Oblivion on my Steam Deck while we were traveling, but not nearly as much as like in my mind. I feel like, oh, I'd be stuck at the airport for hours and hours, or on the plane, and I'd just be like questing, and it didn't work out that way. It's sort of hard to focus on a game when you're in the middle of all that travel. The music's loud? Yeah, thanks for letting me know. I'll turn it down a little. It's sort of hard for me to gauge that stuff. Alright, let me know. That should be... Hopefully that's better. And I think also this music starts low. The track starts kind of low, and then it gets louder towards the end. It's a looping track. So... Here, I'm going to go to loud part again. I think this is like the loudest part. Is this still too loud? I'll turn up my own volume. All right. So let me know if that's better. This is like the loudest part of the song right here. And then that's the loop restarting again. So, what else? Yeah, I've gotten like a bunch of games over the last couple of months that I haven't played yet, because I was just like, oh, I want that. I got Grounded. Josh, was it you that somebody I knew played Grounded? I think it might have been you, Josh. Someone played a lot of Grounded, and I picked that up like a month ago. Played that a little bit, and I'm like, this is cool. But I have a problem. I was trying to get through Expedition 33. I just burnt out on it. I think I hit a point where I decided, or I realized, like, I still want to finish it, but I got tired of it. Got burnt out on it. And that's what happens with me in games. I got that Tainted Grail, Fall of Avalon. The more I've heard, that's the one that's like Oblivion. It's like Skyrim, but dark and Arthurian. And I really want to play that. But the more I heard about it, I heard the last third is pretty rough. Like, probably needs to be ironed out. A lot of bugs, like significant bugs. So I'm like, okay, I can hold off on that for a little while. Brad will be happy to hear that I did not play Dune Awakening this week for stream, because that was my impulse purchase of last weekend. This past week and a half has been, and I know I always say this, but this happens and I don't always say it, but there's been some like really stressful stuff going on. Not necessarily bad, but just like heavy. So I was like, if I could get any game right now and just play it, what would it be? And I looked and I was like, Dune Awakening. I've been sort of obsessed about Dune Awakening, and it's like it's sort of like Conan Exiles, except Dune, and more persistently online. And so I bought it. I played it for a couple hours, but the thing that happened the very same day, Alali, are you here still? Because Alali pointed this game out to me on Discord, is a game called The Altars released. And it also released on Game Pass. And I'd like literally just heard about The Altars. I think I saw like a preview of it several months ago and got really interested. And so it was like literally the second after I bought Dune Awakening, I found out the Altars was available. And I started looking at like the reviews, and I was like, oh my god, I want to play this game right now. And then, so Sunday, I downloaded it from Game Pass and I started playing it, and I was totally digging it. And then like 2 or 3 hours into it, Holly goes on Discord and was like, hey, there's a new game you might like. And she posts a review to the Altars, and I'm like, yep, you're right. Already all over that shit. You don't think this is looking great, Brad? Well, it does have, it has the virtue of being a very unique game. But it also has the unvirtue? I can't think right now. It's the opposite. But anyways. It has the vice. That's not right. But anyways. It has the non-virtue of having some ingredients like crafting that you don't like, Brad. Oh. You didn't like the you know what? It's funny because there were a couple options for this for trailers that I was considering. And let's see.
My name is Jan. My whole life, all my choices, led me to this place. When I took this job, I thought things would take a different turn. Well, ironically, I know our odds. Maybe it's time to consider the easy way out.
Give me all your love now, 'cause for all we know, we might be dead by tomorrow. I can't go on wasting my time, adding scars to my heart, 'cause all I hear is I'm not ready now.
You were always one of us. From day one. What if deciding, making choices was never anything more than just an illusion?
What's in your heart? But if you're not ready,
You're still making it about yourself. Just look at us.
I can be ready.
I just wanted to find a way out.
'Cause soon enough we'll die. 'Cause soon enough we'll die. 'Cause soon enough we'll die.
Alright, so if I'd played that trailer, would you have thought it was less obnoxious? Because I was like, okay, that trailer is a little bit of a downer, because the song's talking about we're gonna die or whatever. The other one's a little more chipper, but I agree. They highlighted some kind of obnoxious voice acting. The intro wants to make you play Prey. This is by the people who did This War of Mine, which is a kind of a serious, heavy game. They also did Frostpunk, which, for those who've tried it, is also a kind of a serious and heavy consequence type game. So that's sort of like the light. There is some levity to it, but the overall kind of situation is pretty, like, that they put you in is pretty, like, heavy and dire. You still would not be looking forward to the game, but it was 95% less smug and smarmy. Okay. This War of Mine, lots of fun. Very little sad in This War of Mine. I haven't played it, but you're saying it wasn't sad? It looked sad. It looked like it was a kind of like a depressing game. But like I said, I didn't get. It's a game that I bought like super cheap at a certain point, or maybe I even got it. Was that on Humble Choice? I don't know. I know I got it either through Humble or because it was like dirt cheap and it was like critically acclaimed. Frostpunk I played. Frostpunk I played twice in a row. It's one of the few games that I can say that for, because it's rare that I finish a game, let alone play it 2 times in a row. Obviously, it wasn't a very long game. I think each session was like, I maybe played over a weekend, and then I might even played it twice over a weekend. It's a city builder, like a post-apocalyptic Earth where the world is frozen, and you have this sort of like little knot of humanity that's sheltered in a crater that's still alive, and you're trying to help them like rebuild and survive. And it's like, it's pretty, but it's not like a regular, it's not like Sim City or something like that. It's pretty like, it's like a intense survival city builder where you have to make really hard decisions about, you know, life and death decisions for the people, and like, you know, no-win scenarios left and right. This War of Mine is interesting to watch. Oh, it is depressing. You're joking. Okay, it's really good though. You haven't finished it, but now you may try it too this weekend. Okay. So yeah, Ali, I just called you out as like literally 2 hours after I started playing it, you sent me that message saying, "I think you'll like this," and I was like, "Yep, nailed it." That's what. Totally. You got my number, Ali. In a metaphorical sense. So yeah, the premise of this game, it's a little bit hard to describe. And it's because it has different elements sort of smashed together in a way that no other game really has. But each individual element is kind of familiar. There's a little bit of like in XCOM when you do the base building, or Fallout Shelter, if you've ever played that, the mobile game Fallout Shelter, where you're building like a cutaway base. But you actually also run around in the base. You're a particular character, and the whole premise is that you're on a mission where they're looking for this rare element that's been discovered. And you're on a mission where interstellar mission where everyone's like put in hypersleep, like suspended animation, and you wake up and you're in this pod that's crash landed on this alien world. And you get out, and that's apparently like a thing that could happen. And you get out, and you're supposed to like find the rest of your crew as a crew of like 5 people. Each one is a specialist vital to the mission. So I forget what my guy, was he the maintenance guy? I don't know. He was something kind of basic. But he realizes, he starts looking around, all the other pods are showing that the captain and the ship doctor and the engineer and the scientist, all these vital people, they're all dead, and he's the only one that survived. And so there's this base, this base that's already deployed. It's like a giant wheel that can traverse the planet, and the base is built inside the hub of the wheel. It's kind of odd. And so he's got to do all this stuff to survive, but he can't do it alone. He doesn't have all the skills it was vital to have the crew. And part of this element that they're researching, turns out it interacts with like alternate universes, and he's able to tap into like his own memory, like DNA, to generate other versions of himself. So like he goes in the machine, he can trace his whole life and go back to this point where he decided to work instead of go on to higher education to get he was going to go on to get a PhD, and he didn't, because he wanted money to be able to support make his wife, their life more comfortable. And there's a version of him that said, fuck that, I'm going to keep going. I'm going to keep my education going. And that version of him in this alternate universe actually went on to become like a very brilliant scientist. And so he's able to tap into that to sort of generate the body that to be occupied by that alternate version of himself. So now there's this, and it's like it's from an alternate reality that never existed, but the scientist has all those memories and skills and everything that he learned from that other version of reality. And the same thing, he needs an engineer, so some version of him, depending on what happened, ended up being an engineer. And so there's all these branches of decisions he made in his life that he could have ended up being all these different people if he'd made those different decisions. And in these alternate realities, those decisions were made. So that's the whole premise of the alters, is he's a sole survivor, but he's populating this mission with alternate versions of himself that made decisions earlier in life that turned out to be very different people. It's the game is you talking to yourself. So, well, the funny thing is they don't all get along. I mean, they end up having different personalities, and like the difference between him and the engineer, for example, is very early on in his life when he was still like a teenager, and he had an abusive father, and then he turned 18, and he had a choice, like, should I stick around, try to take care of my mom? Or he always promised he would just move out and go to, like, as soon as he could. And he had the opportunity to go to college, like, to move out. And he just did. He's like, yeah, I'll try to see mom as much as I can, but I need to get out of here. And so he went to college. And the other version of himself said, no, I'm going to stick around. And then eventually stand up to dad, the abusive dad. And so that life that didn't go to college, that stood up to dad and had a rougher time of things, ended up becoming like this sort of rough around the edges engineer as he went into adulthood, or mechanic. And so it's just interesting. And so then they are confronted with each other, when the two meet and they're working together. And obviously the mechanic guy, it was such a huge thing in his life to protect his mom and stand up to his dad, that the fact that he's like now sort of being captained by this version of himself that wouldn't do that, it leads to some interesting kind of tensions and stuff. I was planning on starting where I was, but if you would you prefer to see the beginning, Joss? And where I am in the game, I almost think that's one thing about the game is one of the premises too is you're on this planet, it rotates slowly, but if the sun rises over where you are, it will destroy you. It's like an extreme environment. So you're always in the race to sort of gather resources as much as you can and engineer your way around obstacles so you can keep outpacing the sunrise. And I might be in my save at a point where the sun may be catching up with me. There's a day-night cycle, and I'm afraid that the next day it's going to be maybe tomorrow the sun's going to show up and I'm not going to be ready to go yet. I don't know what happens there. I think if that happens, I might have to start over. I actually don't know what the fail state is. So, well, the thing is, it's also a very obviously story-heavy game in some ways. So, if there were people that were interested in playing it and they were afraid to see what might be happening, I think I'm probably about 10 to 15 hours in. And the opening does set everything up, but I think just based on the explanation that I've given, you'll sort of be able to understand what's happening. So yeah, but then when you're there is actually it's sort of like colony management, where it's like, okay, this guy needs to be doing base maintenance, this guy needs to be doing cooking, preparing food, this person needs to be go out to the little mining outpost we set up and mine minerals. And there's not enough hands and too much to be done, so you're always juggling it. And then at night these radiation storms come, so you have to go, everyone has to be inside, and you get I think at 8 p.m. you get tired, so everything happens slower. And then you've got to deal with, like, it's not exactly like The Sims. It's sort of like, I think, scripted to the extent that, like, each person at certain points is going to have issues that are going to come up that you're going to need to talk to them about. And through, like, dialogue options, either aggravate the situation or improve the situation. So you're managing relationships both between you and them, and rivalries among themselves, like the engineer and the scientist maybe not getting along so well. But I'm finding it super interesting. I was a little, I don't know if it's going to be a great stream game, because I do have to, maybe I'll just pause it a lot, but there's a lot, there's a lot of time pressure to, like, I can't just goof around, like, running around the planet. Because then there's a thing where you're actually in third person running around the planet, like, exploring, looking for resources, everything else. So, but yeah, so it's, and each thing, like the base building, the people management, they're all things you've seen before, like Fallout Shelter base building, XCOM base building, colony management, like RimWorld, other stuff, even Kenshi, has a little bit of, like, setting people to tasks, trying to balance what needs to be done. Running around looking for, mining ore and mining resources and resource management and all that stuff. Every individual element of the game has been done by other games, but as a complete package, the way it's all woven together, it is a very unique game. If my jank PC will even stream this. Well, just took a sip of, I got some Diet Pepsi. Randomly, suddenly one sip will get, like, super foamy. And almost overwhelmed me there for a second. But I'm okay, don't worry. I got through the great busy sip. Alright. Well, I guess I can just get into it. I think I'm going to be spending a lot of time in the game, probably. So I might as well just start it. I also, regular disclaimer, tired, blah, blah, blah. I'm going to try to not stream late, but we'll see what happens. And as always, let me know if it's the audio balance is off. Pretty much anytime I stream a new game, audio is a wild card. So. This is crazy. 33 minutes into stream, and I'm starting a game. It's unheard of. Yeah, but in the contract there is a clause that says I get to modify the contract. It's a unilateral contract. I can I can modify it whenever I want. Try not to stream late. Wink. Whoa, slow down. That's looking very loud. We'll see what happens once I get in. So, Brad, did I sell the game? Did I sell you on this game yet? Now that I've explained it, are you super excited now? You're like, you know what? I thought this game was going to be shit. But now, the way you've described it so effectively, now I'm very hyped. And yeah, you can only save... Oh, okay, it's a magnetic storm in one day. Okay, that I can deal with. I saw a little thing at the bottom left of the screen that showed... It was like an icon of an explosion with an almost empty meter and the number 1. And I was afraid that meant one day till sunrise. And I was like, I'm not ready for the sunrise yet. And every day that's been starting lately, for many days it said the sun is far away, the sun is far away. Because this is the second spot that I've been on this planet. But we came across a big lava chasm that we're having to like build this bridge thing to get across, and it's very labor intensive. So I was afraid I'd run out of time. I'm probably about like 15% of the way into building this bridge to get across. There's not much I could have done to change that. Persuasive though I am. Okay, I appreciate that. So here's the base. Here's all the different folks. We got the different... I have 3 other altars with me right now. They all have... They're all Jan. So there's Jan the technician, Jan the scientist, and Jan the botanist right now. And Jan, I guess Jan the technician, he's a little hot-headed. I don't know. Well, they're all... Well, actually, Jan the botanist is pretty chill. He's a good guy. But Jan the scientist is, like, very arrogant and like, impatient, but not, like, violent. But I get the... Jan the technician seems like someone that, like, has to restrain himself from kicking my ass sometimes. No. Uh-oh. I don't know what's going on with the scientist, but his mood is there's something malicious about his smile. The botanist looks like he's in a bad mood. One thing, too, is I just came out of a couple days of giving them extended shifts. So that's like they're all like, I'm really overworked. These are like his mood things. He worked long hours. There was the AC in the dorm was smoking, and we didn't have the resources to fix it right away, so that pissed him off too. So just a bunch of little things. It was the scientist's idea to do the work crunch because he's very pragmatic. So the funny thing is I did it because he asked me to, but now he's pissed off that I made him work too much. So, you know, damned if you do, damned if you don't. But they're basically all cranky because they worked long hours and the dormitory had smoke in it for I think one night before we could fix it. Storage is always an issue. We gotten... All right. We need to get these guys on production. Scientist, botanist. We're currently... There's a research tree. We've currently researched everything that's available to us. So, scientist is just extra hands right now. We do have... There are some, like, main goals and secondary goals. Secondary goal. Build a second Rapidium arc. Rapidium is the special element on this planet that it is our mission to collect. We have to build these special giant... This is a Rapidium arc. It's huge. And I'm basically out of space. So we'll get research to be able to expand the amount of space we have, but it's not available yet. So and then there's craft the bridge anchors to get out of here. And then we started noticing these anomalies. And I'm guessing we're going to have to look for more in the next area. Because I think I pretty much explored. Each area you're in is not huge. It's not like a huge open world. Each area is sort of like, you know, there's area to explore and run around, but it's sort of a closed. So let's see if anyone... Well, what do I want my guy to be doing? I guess I can start... help out with some production. Because if our... And I also just rearranged my base, so now I don't know where anything is. Where's the workshop? One more down. So they're all off shift right now, so I can maybe start working. There we go. Now he's on shift.
Long day, huh?
Now let's see. Storage. I'm not sure what to do right now. Have I watched any Dune gameplay? I bought Dune over the weekend, and I watched quite a bit just to you know, when I was mulling over buying it. I don't know if you were here when I was talking about this. Like literally as I was downloading Dune, I became aware that this game was available. So I played a little bit of Dune, but Dune obviously is a huge game. Like the people that play it, like that's all they do for a month. And this game called out to me first, so yeah, I might have bit off more than I can do with a game like Dune, but you know how I like those kind of games. I will get to it because it's very much my kind of game. And yeah, I watched a lot of gameplay when I was trying to figure out if it was solo viable. It's not really built for solo people, but you know how I like playing multiplayer games by myself. That's one of my favorite things to do. So let's see. I can show you the quantum computer. That's where I can go. I can't make any more alternate versions of myself. But when you can, this is your timeline. The machine, like this quantum computer, is where you analyze. So, and when you start, there's just the one. It starts from your childhood. There's as a kid, the parents fighting. And then here's that first choice I was talking about. This where you... Oh no, this is an even earlier choice. You see a girl getting beaten up by bullies. And in your main life, you were just like, well, I'm just going to get my ass kicked. I'll probably make it worse if I get involved. So he walks away. Apparently, there's another version of you that helps. And that version, when you can't unlock it, it's not available yet, will end up becoming a doctor. And so, at some point, that version of myself will be a doctor that I can summon. But you see, just goes off into the ether. Available there. Then here's the part where it's like, in my life, when college became available, I moved out. The other version stayed. And you can start seeing other things, like the one that stayed and became the technician, stood up to dad, ups and downs, and then there's another point here where he made a decision that if he made a different one, he could end up being a miner instead of a mechanic technician. But yeah, so now there have been a few different, different branches have opened up. Some later than others. The botanist one is kind of interesting because you made decisions in your life. You were married and you drifted apart. And it all started with your career was kind of floundering, and she got this huge opportunity in Europe, and you talked her. You didn't want to leave the life that you'd built where you lived, so you talked her into staying, and then you worked twice as hard to make up for it, and it ended up basically the marriage basically fizzled out. There was a version of you that was like, yeah, let's go to Europe, honey. Let's go. Let's do it. This is too good to pass up. And he ended up staying with the wife, and they had this amazing relationship, and then he ended up becoming a botanist. Things worked out for him too. There's a backdrop of there's some catastrophic world events, and a huge economy crash sort of happened that ruined it, and all the timelines ruined things for everyone. And this Project Dolly, to go looking for these resources in space, is something that's happened across all the timelines. They all have ended with, at a certain point in his life, at 35 years old, this huge thing has happened, and he, in all versions, he's ended up signing on with this Project Dolly to become part of it. The other version of you gets his ass beat. I don't remember if he ever got his ass beat. Maybe, you know, in his violent childhood. But... Alright. Oh, the recycler. I didn't realize they were toilets. There's a thing you could add called the recycler, and it helps you, for the more people you have, it gives you biomatter that you can use to make food. I didn't realize till right now that, like, oh, the recycler. Yeah, it's a fucking toilet. I got it. I don't know why. I should have known that. I should have put 2 and 2 together. Alright, let's, the bottleneck I'm at right now is I don't have base storage. Let's see, production, bridge anchor. Can I place the bridge anchors? Oh, I can. I bet I can place the bridge anchors. Okay. And clear out some of my, I can remember where the airlock is. Here we go. Yeah, I'm just gonna come right out. Hang a left. All right, here we go. Bridge anchor. All right, did that clear some space in our storage? Not a ton. Do you have to drink your own urine in this game? Well, I mean, I think the entire premise of the recycler is that technically we are eating and drinking our own product. But no, there's never been a point where, like, literally I had to pee in a cup and then drink it. Things have not been that dire. And then you find locations where you can set up mining nodes, and I've basically set all of that up. And then the little mining stations you can actually fast travel to, like as you start to set those up. And right now I'm not that concerned about time because I didn't realize, but I really, like, topped off my inventory space where normally I would be trying to, you know, mine for resources and stuff. Although, let me make sure my production's not stalling out. Can we make another anchor? Yes. And we have a second bridge anchor already made. Okay, let me go back then. Let me make sure everyone else in production has got stuff to work on. He's doing cooked meals. This person's working the polymers. And how are we doing on organics? Organics are running a little low. Alright, so we've been using the organics as some of our to make some of the building materials. Like one of the polymers that we need requires the same organics as we used in our food processing. Have I considered switching to Dwarf Fortress? No, I haven't. I mean, I like Dwarf Fortress as a concept. I do find it a bit impenetrable. Like, a lot to manage. The more you get into it, the more hard it becomes to manage. And as much as I admire and respect the game, I've really got to be in the right mood to deal with that shit. And I mostly am not. Bridge anchor. Oh, there's definitely endless mining. in Dwarf Fortress. And there's also like in the Mines of Moria in the resource here. In Lord of the Rings, there's a delve too deep and unleash the horrors from the center of the earth thing that can happen too. We're Endless Dwarfs. It's mostly a game. It's a little bit like Project Zomboid, where it's mostly regarded as a long simulation of how your dwarf civilization is going to eventually be destroyed by some catastrophe, your own creation. Alright, when you're actually mining, time speeds up. You can see time is like going super fast. Alright, let's check, see what's going on with the anchors. Do we have another bridge anchor done? We do, okay. Metals, rubidium, food. Where's the organics? Okay, so there's nothing else for me to build in here. So I'm gonna have the technician mine organics because we've been using a ton of organics. I'm gonna send him out for that. See what's going on. There's nothing being queued in the kitchen right now. We'll keep him on standby. In fact, does the base need any? I'm gonna just put, since he doesn't literally have anything to work on, I'm just gonna put him on base maintenance just in case. And greenhouse production. He's still working on polymers to make the last anchor. Alright, yeah, this is way back. You can climb up these little things. If it's a higher one, you can actually use, you have like a grappling hook, but you have to use your suit energy. And your suit has limited energy, so that's another resource you have to balance. Do I have another bridge anchor? Well, how do I make the next bridge anchor? Across the way? Well, how the hell am I supposed to get over there? Craft and place 4 bridge anchors. I mean, it occurs to me, if I could just walk across, how come I need to build the bridge? But I can't. Alright, so now I've got to explore a little bit. Let's see what I missed. I have seen other areas where I could go. Alright, there's my guys out here working this thing now. Yeah, I've seen other areas that I can go, but I don't know how to get to them. Specifically, up there's some rocks that I can mine. Is there any way I can destroy those rocks? I can't climb this rock because there's barriers on the top. Bridge anchor. A drill. But I need to be on the level of those rocks up there in order to place the drill to mine through those rocks. But I can't climb up there because those rocks need to be cleared first. So it's a little bit of a catch-22. Can't climb up there until I clear the rocks. I can't clear the rocks until I can climb up there. That was something that I already mined out, not something I can climb. And like, I know when I was looking down these cliffs, I see stuff down there, but I have no idea how to get down there. There's no jump button, right? You can't fall either. It just like literally won't let you progress. Let me look at, maybe I missed something down here. This is also getting to where there are those anomalies I have to be careful to not walk into. Oh, okay. Was there someplace down here that I missed that I could walk to? Oh, there is! I didn't realize!
That must be another one of those cargo drops. Except that doesn't look like the crew's personal luggage.
Damaged ship. Alright, well hey, this was...
Might be worth checking out.
I can't believe I did not notice that I could come down this way.
Looks like some kind of device.
Okay, more anomalies.
Maybe there's a way I could use it.
I am running out of daylight too, so I'm gonna have to be careful. Oh, hello. Oh, hello. Here's some more stuff I can mine. Not quite there yet. Alright. I am questioning whether I should be running so far afield this late in the day. People who always finish your sentences by Chris and Jack. Two pals finishing each other's sentences. But can they ever stop? Okay, well, I guess we'll find out.
Awesome. Another movie.
Alright, no. I need to get back. And the thing is now, I don't need to blast those rocks now that I have to just walk down here. Because, whoa! Oh god! Okay. Use the walk function. Okay. All I need to do is get back to that mining outpost that I have at the top of this hill, and I can fast travel back to base. Oh, Jan the technician wants to talk. He is in the dormitory. Wait, where the hell is the dormitory? Like, literally, I rearranged everything right before I logged off last night, and I don't remember where anything is anymore. Dormitory's at the bottom now. Alright, let's see what's going on with the technician. Oh, it's because I found that device. When you find things, sometimes they're applicable to specific people. So apparently what I found would be of interest to our technician.
Look what I found. Any idea what it could be? Let's see. It looks like a qubit chip. Qubit chip? Yeah. Like an enhanced storage for quantum computing operations. It could be useful for increasing the efficiency of our QC unit. Not to mention accessing new tech in the research lab.
Oh. Alright. So I guess that means maybe I can make more versions of myself, and maybe this will unlock some of that tech in the tree that I haven't. Let's see, it looks broken. Should I just plug it in? Can I use it to make more altars? I'll ask him that.
Can I use it to make more altars? Well, well. Look who's all excited about making new Jans. Whatever you're planning to do, you're gonna need to give that chip a little love in the workshop first. Then, you can upgrade away. Gotcha. Thanks.
Alright, well, at least I didn't piss him off. So we're gonna add this to the workshop. Qubit an ancient form of measurement? Yeah, I think, isn't that what the arc was measured in qubits? I mean, it would go along with the theme of us building these special mineral art, like the special material arcs and stuff that's supposedly going to save our species or something. He's insane. Well, yeah, if none of this is real, he's pretty much lost it, but okay. I'm gonna leave that this way. We're good here. Let's change our assignments. We're gonna put our technician back in the workshop. Everyone's off shift now, but he'll go back there in the morning. And the botanist, are we still producing things in the greenhouse? Yes, we are. I'm gonna do raw. Oh, he's making raw food right now. How are we doing on organics? I'm gonna keep things as is. Okay. Oh, let's see who's upset. Maybe I can go to the social room and make somebody happy. Okay, Jan, the technician, is angry. He's malicious. Everyone's in a bad mood. All right, maybe I can do something in the social room that'll help even them out a little bit. I haven't explored this. Oh, we can watch the movies. That's right. I haven't done watch movie yet. I just built this social room recently. Let's watch the movie I just found. People who always finish your sentences. Yeah, if you have to keep moving, if the sun catches up to you, it makes it sound like you lose the game. Like the conditions on the planet become so extreme that it's a mission failure. And it slowly, like, takes, I don't know how they're measuring days, but it takes days and days and days for the sun to get there. And so you have to move before it happens to, like, the next spot on the planet. Watching movies in the social room is a group activity that allows you to boost the moods of all your alters at once. Oh god, we need that for sure. Watching a movie takes 3 hours and give your alters an emotional boost. Alright, let's do it. We get to watch the movie, actually?
Hey man, I was thinking, have you ever noticed how often we finish each other's sentences?
Yeah, we have lived together for
way too long.
Right.
Like we've probably had
Every conversation two people can have. Right. So we
always know what the other one is
thinking.
Right. But like, specifically, why?
Do we do that? I don't know. Like, where do you think
That compulsion comes from? Not sure, because it's certainly not like a...
endearing quality?
No.
No. Mostly, I feel like we want to just show
that we're like engaged listeners, right? And we're
empathetic.
yes,
And also maybe a little bit
impatient, right? We're kind of like
insufferable.
Pass me another
calls,
beer,
so
please.
Can't handle
the idea of
Yeah.
fucking unresolved.
melody. Right. And in a way, does
I'm
sort
curious to see how long they go with this.
Really
annoying.
annoying.
Right.
Well, like we could totally
Stop if we want to. Obviously, we just have to face
our fears and just never
finish
this
current.
ongoing.
Ew, guys.
Right. Can we actually
Stop? I don't know. Sure doesn't
seem like it? But like, I have total
autonomy
over my own
thoughts, right? And I certainly
can't be read.
like a book
It's like my mind tells me
to just stay quiet for sure. But like then somehow the instinct to
finish a sentence.
kicks in as if it's
Totally out of my
control, right? And I'm like stuck in
some kind of sentence
vortex. Hang on, quick. We need to both say the most like random
thing we can think of.
that we would never otherwise say. Right.
My foot has an
Area code all its own. That's
in a Peruvian rug shop.
located entirely within
That's
the International
ridiculously
Space
amusing.
PlayStation, and it's a.
Pluvia stafama stage wells.
Those
are all the things I was going to say.
And the fake word at the end.
What is happening? Oh my god. Wait. Maybe the reason we keep
Finishing each other's
is
sentences.
because they're not.
Each other's sentences.
Maybe we're actually
Only
one person. Oh. No, we're just
Good
really annoying.
one.
Right? Yeah.
Oh, Chris and Jack. What a great flick. Hey, look, everyone's got some joy now. And now I'm very tired. But now I gotta see, so they got some joy and some less gloom. Let's see what their moods look like now. Jan the technician, Grumpy Puss, is smiling. Jan the scientist is smiling. Jan the botanist looks like he's feeling okay. I guess he must have been really sad before. He's the only one that's not, like, cheerful. The Britannic skit? I don't think I know that one.
Given the circumstances, you're doing quite well.
And you can also play beer pong. What else can you do? Is there darts too? Oh, it's the jukebox. No, we keep that on. Alright. And if you stay up past 11, you become exhausted and it cuts into your productivity the following day. So that's not good. And the game only saves when you end the day. So it saves as you come into the new day. Play regular Pong instead of beer Pong? Okay. I'll see if they can arrange it. Maybe the scientists can get on that. Magnetic storm in 5 hours. Okay. That means no one can be outside in 5 hours. Let me see. We have one bridge anchor. And we need more polymers before we can build the bridge anchor. And why is he doing it in this order? Here, work on the polymers first. We have plenty of food prepared, I believe. Let me make sure that's the case. But yeah, we've got mush, which is the basic, keeps you alive but doesn't make you thrilled to eat it. But the cooked meal is actually good stuff, because we have a greenhouse. The botanist actually grows vegetables in, so we can make raw food so that we don't have to eat mush. No, I don't want to do that. But I'm gonna run back to where I was and see if I can get those anchors planted. Well, before the storm hits. Shallow metals. Yes. Oh, maybe that would be worth it. I'm gonna check that out. It's a YouTube channel. Older stuff is under link. Alright. Yeah, Nick, I have to say, over time, the different things that you showed me have ended up being stuff that, like, I sub to and I end up enjoying. So, what was the big, my big discovery this week of shows that have been around forever that I've never heard of before is, you guys ever watch Nathan For You? This guy named Nathan Fielding did a show. He's a weird guy, but it was on Comedy Central. He just, like, sort of like a reality show a little bit, where he helps people, but he does it in really weird ways. Let's see, skipping rope, lava lamp. Alright, see if someone's in that.
My stuff landed here.
Alright, here's this thing. And he just started a new show also on HBO called The Rehearsal. So, since I discovered this guy's stuff, I've been binging it. I discovered like 2-3 days ago. I know! That's what I'm talking about. Did I paint the picture that it was obscure? Maybe the way I described it was as though I was claiming to have discovered it. If I meant only for myself that I discovered it. It was a show, I think I'd like seen it around that there was a show called Nathan For You, but I never looked at it. Or knew what it was. You've been watching Grimm? My wife is super into Grimm. She's tried to sell me on it a few times. I think I might have sat down and attempted to watch it for a collective total of 5 minutes. That's not to say that if I didn't try really, really hard, I wouldn't end up getting invested, but it was one of those at a glance, not hooking me type of situations. Okay, this is very stressful.
I'm done. Should I do this now?
Alright, let's see what's going on. Production. That last bridge anchor we're still waiting on. He wants to ask if he could move to the kitchen.
Hey,
Yeah,
is
do
that
it.
one following me?
Oh
What
shit!
the hell?
These anomalies are moving. Okay. Okay, don't care for that. Do not care for that even a little bit.
What is this? Another anomaly? It looks out of this world.
So, but yeah, I apologize if I gave the impression that I believed
This looks
that
like a
I
good
had
spot to
discovered
place the
Nathan
bridge
Fillion.
anchors.
Like, hey, you guys, found this thing. No one's ever heard of it before. It's new to me, though. All right, bridge anchor. Yes. Stick my butt in the anomaly. All right, just to satisfy. Hopefully, this will not be the end of the game, but. Oh, this one's not doing anything. Tell the scientist about the distortion. Okay, that's the next thing. All right, we have one more bridge anchor to place, but I think we got a bit of a production bottleneck. He can start building it, but it's going to take 3 hours. I'm going to bump it up, though, to the top of the queue. Um, 3 hours from now, in game, is exactly when the radiation storm's going to hit. So I'm going to have to put off completion until tomorrow. Because if the radiation storm hits and I'm still like half a map away from being able to get back to safety, I'm not going to be doing well. Alright. But I have time to explore a little bit. A yerba kit. Wanted at a lottery. Gourd and Bombilla collected dust for years. Alright.
Where my stuff landed here?
Oh. More stuff that I can blow up. Alright, so here's another place where I can put a mineral mine, which I already don't have enough manpower to work the mineral mine that's already there, so I'm in no rush to do that, but oh, what's up here then? Alright, I got less than an hour. Alright, I need to get out of here. I'm gonna get caught in this radiation storm. Get going. Go, dude. Okay. Oh, this is stressing me out. Alright. Turns out I made it. I had 20 seconds to spare. Back to base, please. Alright. Magnetic storm. Okay, hold on. We're gonna have to, We're gonna have to put some people on. Here, let's put the scientist on base maintenance. When the magnetic storm hits, it's gonna damage. It's gonna cause a lot of our base components to go on the fritz. So, I think we need the botanist working. You know what? Let's do this. Actually, I think the botanist doesn't. His critical... He already did the materials for the last anchor. So we can move him to the workshop. And I think the mechanic, the technician, does base repairs more efficiently. I think. We'll put them both on base maintenance. And what are we working on here? The bridge anchor. And then he's going to work on more radiation filters. Okay. Does anyone want... Oh, a couple people want to talk.
There's so much stuff we need to take on exploration. Batteries, drill.
Oh, I guess he likes lava lamps.
Hey, I found this. I brought it on this mission, but thought that maybe it could mean something to you too.
And there goes the storm sitting.
Lava lamp? You kept it? Sure. It's one of a few cool keepsakes from our childhood. Yeah. Mom and I like to sit by it in the evening, talking and joking. It reminds me of that period when life was challenging, but also really fucking great.
All right. It looks like the scientist has a speech option, but he's too busy. Can I talk to him? He can't talk right now because he won't talk about it during the storm. Okay. That's fine. They're busy. You guys are busy. Carry on. Let me just make sure there's nothing I could be working on right now. Assignments. Greenhouse and kitchen are open. Greenhouse. Organics are low, so there's not a lot that I can build. Raw food. I could work on some cooked meals. Yeah, I'm gonna work on some cooked meals. Oop. Oh god, things are... Kitchen failure. Alright. Things are going... haywire. Base in bad condition. Okay. Production. Is someone working? Cupid chip. We do have still 2 repair kits. I think we're gonna need another repair kit soon. It's already being worked on. Okay. I think I've prepared for this as much as I can. And I'm just gonna have to kind of... hunker down. I can try to work on it, but I think if I work on it myself, I'll fuck it up.
Hello, John.
Here you go. You work on it. What else? Kitchen. Oh, looks like this is the last thing that needed to be fixed. And so I've got 2 people working on it. So we should be covered. And looks like we're getting close to the end of the storm. Oh yeah, and I haven't shown you the womb yet. When you actually do create a new path, you select someone from the quantum computer to create a big like weirdo membrane covers this whole area, and it takes them a few hours for their body to grow, and then they pop out and they're grown-ups. This is the sheep that we made first.
Is it me or does it sound a bit artificial?
Alright, is there anything else that I could be doing right now? Radiation filters. Fuel cartridge. Did we build the last anchor? We do have the last anchor. Eat the sheep. It hasn't really been an option.
All done. Should I take care of this now?
Yeah, sure.
I'm done here. Should I do this now?
No. Alright. No, that's not optimal. Let's do it like this. If someone's going to be in the greenhouse, it should be the botanist. If someone's going to be working in the workshop, it should be the technician, first choice. And that means scientists, you can go to the kitchen. And I think your shifts are almost done anyways. And I guess I still can't talk to the scientist? What is going on? Why is it smoking in here, fellas? I think it's working still. I don't like walking into a room and seeing black smoke billowing out of anything. It's one of those rare occasions where I've got too many people. Storage 701. We definitely have cleared out some of our storage. The sheep is bad. It's got that. Took me a minute. Here's our little greenhouse. The botanist at work. Storage. I don't even have anything to make the time go by fast right now. Just hover over Jan the technician. Watch him work. Good work, buddy. Once these guys get off their shift in 20 seconds, I'll be a little tired, so I'll work slower, but I can take over one of their workstations. Or maybe we could do something social together. Let's see, alters. How are they doing? Smiling. Something malicious. We could probably use another movie, but I want to talk to the scientist. Hopefully once his workday is over, he'll speak to me. Because it said he won't talk to me during the storm. And the storm might last the rest of the day. Okay, I'm tired now. Alright, looks like he's not gonna talk. Let's watch the other movie. History of the Universe. The same guys, Chris and Jack? Alright.
Hey, Dad. What was it like here? Before?
Before the 8th fall?
Before all of it. In the beginning.
Well, suppose it's time. Sit, son. Today, I tell you the history of the universe. The beginning is much like the end. Even though we haven't seen it, we know it's there. Its story was written in the stars all along, but also never before.
What?
It's some heady stuff, son. Go with me here. First, there was nothing. Then, a great interdimensional being, the one in which we all reside, had a thought. This thought created the spark that started it all. Our existence, a neural pathway forged in a being's mind.
Whoa. We're in the brain of a big monster?
Yup. I mean, monster is a little rude, but... From here, everything we know was created. Time, space, stars, galaxies, planets, and eventually, our home, Earth.
Seriously?
Land, sea, sky, all in perfect balance to cook up life. From deep beneath the ocean, microbes emerged. They split and reproduced and swam and walked and flew. Plants and animals, dinosaurs, humans, robots, dinosaurs again, xenomans, Gugorgians, and...
what was the one before robots and after dinosaurs?
Plants?
No,
Before robots.
And after dinosaurs.
Humans.
Humans, yeah. What were humans?
Oh, they were a kind of
So
animal
stupid.
around for a bit. So, after the Gugorgians budded from the crust, they were faced
What did the
with...
humans like to do?
I don't know, probably the same stuff as the dinosaurs.
What did they look like?
Like apes with haircuts. Look, son, I can't stress this enough. The humans were just a blip in time. They were completely ineffectual.
But didn't they make the robots?
Well, didn't the primordial ooze make the humans?
I guess, yeah.
See? It's all genetic processes of evolution. No one gets full credit for any of it. Same as how the time bees built their hive in the core, which led to the evolutionary split in time-space. That was a huge leap forward, but no one gave them an award for it. And the bees checked all the timelines, no awards.
Right.
Yeah.
Sorry, Dad. Go on.
Okay. After the Gugorgians emerged from the crust as deep Earth cicadas, they eventually mated with the lava beings to create the Era of Light. The true awakening where all life in the universe saw each other and one full collective consciousness was achieved. No more wars, no more attrition, just pure, unfiltered...
And did humans have video games?
Alright, what the hell's going on here, son? Humans didn't mean shit! If anything, they were a speed bump along the way. Wasted millennia trying to make boats a thing. But yes, they had video games. They also had saturated fats and mouth kisses. They were all over the place.
Got to be kidding me.
Not worth any more thought.
I feel like we should pay more attention to them. I don't know. They seem important.
If you want important, we can talk about how the Bopnoids swallowed the moon and tried to hold it ransom when the moon collector showed up. That was something. Humans are so nothing, it's hard to put into words. Just forget about them.
I'm trying, but I can't stop thinking about them. They seem so rad. And all of a sudden, I want to start a live stream where people watch me talk about all the cool stuff humans did. And sometimes I do gear reviews. What's wrong with me, Dad?
Oh no. Okay. Son, you're gonna be fine. Let me just make a call. Hang on.
What's the live stream?
Yeah, I'll have an extra dry Zortini. Yeah, just fill it with sand. And
It
then,
does have a Rick and Morty
hang on.
vibe.
Hello?
Hey, Doc. Sorry to bother you. My boy here, he can't get thoughts of humans out of his head.
Uh-huh. And has he been operating as though other people would find these thoughts interesting?
Uh-huh.
Just some people, a couple thousand. I'd start small.
Okay, yeah, we've been seeing a lot of this lately. It's an inflammation in his ego.
His what?
The ego. It's a vestigial organ in the upper chamber of the subconscious. It's part of our long-dormant human genetic code. You know, in humans, it was used to regulate self-image, activate attention-seeking, and check if your hair looked cool. For us, it usually doesn't serve any function at all. Sometimes a little bit of food gets caught in there and it acts up. What it does, it's like deep within you, your humanity itself is trying to be noticed, crying out for credit and respect, desperately hoping to pass on a legacy.
Oh no. Is there any way to deactivate it?
Oh yeah, it's incredibly fragile. Quick remote surgery, I could pop it out and set it straight.
Oh, great. Yes. But please, go ahead.
All right, stand still there, buddy.
Hey, what's the big idea?
Okay, listen, Ego. You're a small part of a collective existence wherein you yourself are completely insignificant.
Yeah, well, I know you are, but what am I?
Amazing.
way.
Thanks, Doc.
No problem. Sorry, yeah. Glumpfish, over easy. Thank you.
Thanks, Dad. That's better already. I can feel the humans fading away forever now. Wow, I feel so connected to everything. I think I'm starting to get it. It's not about getting attention or leaving some kind of all-about-me legacy. We're all part of the same thought.
Exactly, son. It's pretty special just to be part of something. It doesn't have to be about getting credit.
All Chris and Jack. Made by humans.
Diane, you good?
Oh yeah, just had a silly little thought.
Is that the monster that we all live inside? Their mind? Yeah. Alright. Hey. It's a big hit. Everyone loved it. Okay, let's see how they're doing. He is calm, relaxed, and enthusiastic. The technician, good. Scientist is smiling. At the moment, it's not sinister. That's good. And the botanist is finally smiling.
Hi there.
All right, time for bed. Please be over when I wake up, Magnetic. It might be another full day to the magnetic source. It is still going. For 17 hours? Oh, God.
Hi.
So basically, I can't talk to the scientist today.
Almost feels like
All right. Let us... And we're all out of metals, so... Are we going to run out of repair kits? Today, let's get some people back on base maintenance. Mission. Scientist. Back on base. Greenhouse. Workshop. Let's get the botanist back up to the workshop. What are we out of? Metals, I'm gonna need more of. Organics, we're basically out of. What do we need for repair kits? Just metals. I'm gonna... It's probably a stupid idea, but I'm gonna pop out into the storm and just see if I can mine some metals. I heard something about you can get more during the storms, but it's dangerous. Getting, yeah, I am getting radiation.
Take care of this now.
All right, I'm gonna stop. I don't like my radiation meter filling up that way. All right, how are we doing on repair kits? We still have 3.
There's nothing more to do here. Should I move there?
To the greenhouse? No. You have stuff to do in the greenhouse too? Go ahead, I guess. Keep one guy on maintenance. Oh, we still got 2 guys on maintenance. Currently no scheduled repairs, but during a storm that can change at any moment. And we don't have the resources to build anything, so... And we can't send them outside because it's dangerous. Again, just sort of waiting for the storm to end. Do they have anything to cook? Kitchen. Mush. No, I don't want to make more mush. We're almost out of organics anyways. Greenhouse. Can't make anything there. Is someone working the greenhouse right now? Yeah, the botanist. Alright, no, we literally... all we can do right now is wait out this storm. Wander around the base. Showing moral support. Good job, Jan the botanist. It just feels weird. It's so rare in this game that you just don't have anything to do. Yeah, no, it's looking nice, the farm. I'd like to say it's because, oh my god, greenhouse failure for reals? Alright, well, I guess then that means... oh, we got 2 scientists on it. Let's put him up in the workshop then, because he's probably going to need to build another repair kit. He on it? Well, that's the secret, Maxie. That's the secret, isn't it? Alright, you got it.
Later?
Yep. What'd he say? He likes beer pong. The technician likes to drink. Oh. The scientist, on the other hand, thinks that alcohol should be banned from the base because he thinks it interferes with productivity. Movie night. 11 more hours. Man. So, how's everyone doing? Not that I can't. I was talking about not playing this game because it's too hectic to play on stream. Now I'm like, I don't have anything to do. Are the alts actually physical? Yes. Yeah, they're literally, you use these materials, and that place in the room in the top called the womb literally grows a body that alternate version mind goes into. So yeah, they are physical people. And they eat, and they poop, and then we eat the poop. So, you know, that's real too.
There's nothing more to do here. Should I move there?
You should have asked earlier because you were confused. Yeah, this is it's not like they're metaphorical copies. It's like literally, the thing that doesn't exist is the alternate timelines that you're drawing them from don't exist. At least, I mean, unless you say that in a sense they might exist in an alternate universe, but that it's only the minds of the alternate Jans, and they get put into real bodies. So they have all the memories and the skills and the experiences. But in this reality, you shared the same life with them up until the point that the moment of decision came that your branch is separated. And then your life just continued in this universe, and everything they experienced after that point in their version of reality doesn't exist. So, like the botanist is still married to what is now my ex-wife, and he was shocked to learn, like, oh, the ex-wife is like, they've split up. The scientist, there was some technology that he'd been working on to build the bridge to get across the lava chasm. He's like, because we do have contact with Earth. He's like, contact them and get them to send X, Y, and Z blueprints. And I contacted them, and they were like, oh yeah, that project got canceled 5 years ago. None of those things ever got invented because the project was a failure. So it turns out in this alternate timeline, the fact that the scientist version of me was there apparently was what made, like, in his timeline, that project succeeded. Alright, I don't think they've got anything queued up. Oh, I guess I could send the botanist. He is making raw food. So let's send the botanist back to the greenhouse. Let's send the scientist back to the workshop. And we'll keep the technician on base maintenance because there's still a reasonably good chance something else is going to go haywire and need to be repaired before the storm's over. So we'll just keep him on maintenance.
I feel good about today.
Oh yeah, speaking of internet, this is calling back to an hour and a half ago, Josh, when you said you were at a base with bad internet. We've been going house hunting for the last few weeks, and there's one house that's on our radar that we almost pulled the trigger on, but we've hesitated because it's in a rural area that's outside of internet services. And what the clincher is we thought it was also outside of trash service, so that you'd have to make arrangements to haul your own trash to a dump. And I'm like, man, we have a hard enough time just taking our trash down to the dumpster next to our building. So, have any of you ever, I think it's called Starlink. It's satellite internet, but it's sort of like next level satellite internet. And I believe Starlink is available in this area if we did move into a house that was outside of, wired internet service. But that's something that I'm like, I work remotely, probably like I don't know, a little apprehensive. Not so sure that online gaming would be as great. Not so sure that live streaming would work as well. Well, no, again, Brad, my question is anyone has experience with it? And my expectation is that while Starlink is not obscure, most people probably haven't used it. Like, out of a room of 100 people, only a handful will have used it, because most people live in areas that have internet services, wired internet services. You do know, Maxie, you do know streamers who use Starlink? Okay. Because, like, most of the games that I play online, I don't know if the internet would be... Well, I guess, like, the MMOs, they can get a little... It still sucks when they get laggy. after having fiber optic internet for 6 years, it's gonna be an adjustment. Like Josh was talking about taking 2 days to download Oblivion. Like for me, downloading Oblivion took probably 30 minutes. I mean, it still takes, it's not instant, but it's very common in mountainous areas of the Pacific Northwest. Yeah, now I've heard that it can be challenging if you're like around a bunch of trees, because if there are other obstacles that block, like, basically, it needs line of sight with the satellites, but like at least the house that we're looking at is literally in the middle of a field with no trees around it. So we found out after we basically were like, no, I think Amanda looked and thought there was no trash service. And when I heard that, I'm like, that's getting a little bit tight. That's getting a little too much. If it was just Starlink, we were almost thinking like we could go for it, because we've been looking at houses for years. We've only started actually touring houses recently, but our price range is not. We sort of know when it's a good house for the price, but of course, it is super far. It's super far out in the middle of nowhere. Well, it's near a town called Lebanon, which is a full-size town. I mean, they've got like grocery stores and Taco Bell and stuff like that. There are some towns we've looked at that don't even have a grocery store. It's like a Dollar General and a gas station, and you got to drive 20 minutes to get to a grocery store. You don't think Starlink wouldn't give you bandwidth problems? Latency is going to be worse than the internet, but probably manageable. Well, they've also said it depends, because I was looking at some user reviews, or just discussions, like Reddit discussions, and there are people saying that your connection's quality will vary based on how many people are like using it off of the same tower or satellite at the same time. So, to some extent, it depends on where you're located and how many other people are using it, and how many other people are using it. So those sort of like factors where your mileage may vary, and you probably won't know if you're going to have problems like that until you use it. But yeah, I did find, when I was looking, I found plenty of people talking about using it in Oregon. It seemed like the general consensus was people were pretty positive about it, but it was definitely, not. You're not going to mistake it for your fiber optic internet if that's what you've been using. Heavy rain can impact reception too. I mean, luckily, as much as I think most people think of Oregon as just like raining constantly, it really doesn't. And when it does, the rain is usually not heavy. It does happen sometimes, but really there's not a lot of like heavy rainstorms around. No, the one we were looking at did not have fiber optic. Oh, you looked into it just because you were tired of standard internet. Yeah, I use a company, I think it was originally we moved in, it was called Frontier, and then they got bought by Ziply Fiber. And I don't know, I haven't had any problems with Ziply Fiber. But I haven't had the need, I haven't had any kind of like, because that's when you really know is if you have connection problems or other things and you need their service, that's when you find out how much they suck. When you actually need them to help you. And I have not needed a thing from them and all the time I've been here. So, I mean, the only thing you could say that arguably does suck is, it's like, I think like $95 a month. It's not cheap. But, it's not a lot more than it was 6 years ago. Like, I want to say maybe it was $75 6 years ago. So it's like the incremental increase, given the rising cost of everything else over the past 6 years. It's like I'm not like, oh my god, you know. I'm like, okay. I know a lot of people bitch about the cost of internet going up, but I think that's, and then you can get internet like cheaper, you know, from, you can find sort of weird like local providers and stuff. Your house has Google Fiber. Your internet's nice, yeah. But fiber just in general is really good. Used to have cable and internet. You got rid of cable to save money. Now your internet bill is just escaping. Yeah, though it's well, my internet. Yeah, I stopped doing cable a long time ago, but it's more because, you know, basically once streaming happened, I stopped using it. Oh, I need to go to sleep in this game, anyways. All right, or else I'm going to be exhausted tomorrow. Finally, this day is going to be to an end. All right, go to sleep. Gonna lullaby him. Good night, yawns. All you yawns. You wish you were going to Oregon. You don't want to go to New Jersey. Is anything going on in Oregon where it could have been a possibility? Yeah, it's not as expensive as some places, but it's definitely like blown up. It's definitely blown up over the past several years. Like even when we moved back in 2019, we were shocked. I don't know, maybe Amanda wasn't. I was shocked. When we moved out in 2005, our apartment that we had at that point, I think it was it $750 a month for a 1,200 square foot 2-bedroom 2-bath? It included as a perk high-speed internet and cable, washer and dryer in unit, and two parking spaces. When we moved back in 2019, that same apartment was, I think, $1,800 or $1,900. Which is a lot for 14 years is a lot for rent to go up. Probably going to move far enough away from Portland. You'll be among people who want to split off and join Idaho. The areas that we're looking at are not geographically that far. It's still Western Oregon. Not that there aren't people, I'm sure, once you leave the metro areas that are like have those sentiments, but geographically they're not people that could make an argument. Like when they're, you know, 15, 20 miles out of Eugene and Corvallis, they're not geographically distinct enough to make the case of like territorial recession or secession to Idaho. That's Eastern Oregon. You got to go, and that's because once you get to some of those counties, literally there's no, they are completely like culturally and politically disconnected from the metropolitan areas. So it's sort of, I can understand where like it would make sense for them to want to push for that. But yeah, it'd be like if you're in the middle of Portland and there's one neighborhood where there's a lot of people that are, you know, not like Portland liberals, they couldn't be like, let's go to join Idaho. And that's a lot of these communities are like that too. So gas prices aren't on California's level, but they're still higher than here. Yeah, no, definitely there's a lot of much cheaper places to live than Oregon at this point. It's not, but, you know, 20 years ago, it was like, hey, move, you know, you want out of California or wherever your big expensive city, your state is that you are, like Oregon was a viable destination. They're like, hey, your money goes quite a long way here. Not as far as some places, but still, it was like a lot cheaper. Lebanon is near Corvallis. That would be a big no thanks from me. I was in Corvallis over the weekend. Oregon State, my brother-in-law got an engineering degree from Oregon State University. It's the only time I've ever been in Corvallis. It basically, maybe because of I went there for a college thing, but it basically just seemed like the town is the college campus. It's basically a college town. I thought the campus was real nice. The graduation ceremony was impressive. I had no other opinions about Corvallis aside from the fact that it seemed like a college town and that the college seemed kind of cool. And we got Big League Chew, because that's also an Oregon thing. We were in the college store after the ceremony ended, but we were waiting for all the graduates to be able to get out. And we went into the college store. And right near the entrance, they had a big display of Big League Chew, which I hadn't had since I was a kid. So I got some bubblegum flavored Big League Chew. That was fun. You definitely can't say you're from Portland if you move there. You can lie and say Eugene, but it's Corvallis. It's actually closer to Albany. If I was going to, it's really, I have to look at a map, but I almost feel like one of the places we looked, which is even further afield, is called Sweet Home. That's getting to a point where I'm like, yeah, I don't know, that might be getting a little too far, but they have some nice housing developments that sprung up for a few decades there. So they had some nice neighborhoods, not fancy neighborhoods, but just sort of decent housing. No one knows that. So, and I also don't have a huge perception of what people who don't live in Oregon know about Oregon. So to me, Corvallis is as obscure as Albany. Albany seems like a bigger town, honestly, because we spent time in both on Saturday. Except Albany doesn't have a huge, a major college in it, a major university. So I guess that's what would put Corvallis on the map. Eugene has U of O. But Sweet Home is almost considered equidistant from just as close to Albany as it is to Eugene. I think Lebanon might be as close to Eugene as it is to Corvallis. I'd have to look at a map. I'm just basing it off my mental experience of driving around Oregon. So no, I retract that. I'd have to look at a map. It may not be close. Probably Bend. Salem is the capital. There's a lot going on there, but I don't think anyone ever gets excited to go to Salem. But it is the other major city here. Grimm takes place in Portland, Oregon. I wonder if I don't know much about the production of Grimm, whether they actually filmed there. Some of the houses we've looked at have been in St. Helens. That's where they filmed. That's where Bella lived in the Twilight movies. That's where her house was, anyways. So apparently, one of the houses that showed up on our list of potential, in our range, was very close, on the same street, or I don't know. Amanda said it was the next door neighbor, but it was really close to the Bella house. One of the unpopular state capital. Yeah, really, they've got some college. They have a Willamette Law School, which I actually may have applied to at least once. Because I applied to law schools for a couple years before I got accepted into one that I wanted to go to. I don't know why I applied to ones that when they did accept me, I'm like, no. I want to hold out for one of the other ones, but At least, I guess I just wanted the option, and then when it came to it, I decided not to. But, I mean, Salem, just here, it's like, it's also the home of the state prison system, so there's a lot of rough edges around Salem. But there's also some decent areas, too. Carson City, Nevada? I mean, I think I went to Carson City, Nevada once when I was like 9. I don't remember anything about it except they had a little like Wild West, like cowboy area of town that I thought was cool. It's like a tourist attraction. Aside from that, I know I don't have any opinion of Carson City, Nevada. Aside from no one really talks about like, let's go to Carson. Got Lake Tahoe, Las Vegas. What was that other place? Laughlin. Those are the 3 Nevada destinations. Me mistakenly made a long sentence. Okay, hold on. Grim takes place in Florida, so I'm going to assume the place is rampant with murders or fairy tale monsters. Yeah, I didn't get that far. I mean, it's a big city. I can't prove that there aren't a lot of murders from fairy tale monsters. Alright, hold on. I'm going to look at this. After a storm, new resources appear. Okay. Oh, night radiation starts earlier. Fucking great. It's already starting. It was already starting. Because at first, it would start an hour after sunset. Then it started exactly at sunset when you get tired. And now it's going to start before the sun goes down. That's just great. Anomaly activity has increased. I don't like that either. New resources appear on the planet's surface. That's not bad. A new internal vein appeared on the planet's surface. Those are the ones you get to an area where there are signs that one may be, and you can do the sort of scanning, surveying thing where you sort of pinpoint it, and then you can put a mining outpost down. But like I said, I don't have enough people to man the mining outpost that I've already put down, so unless it's a new mineral, I don't think I'm going to mess with it. Alright, now I can talk to the scientist to tell him about the strange
looks like we're running out of radiation filters.
Alright, before we get carried away, let's have our technician back up there. Botanist can stay there. Do we have more research we can do now? Oh, we need to repair... We need radiation filters, but we can't... Okay, I need to go mine some metals so we can have radiation filters, which we're going to need... You go through a radiation filter every night. Every night radiation happens. And it goes through a radiation filter. It's bad. They get, like, drained really fast during those big storms. So, yeah, we're a little fucked. So I'm going to have to get metal. And organics. Okay, I'm going to go talk to the doctor, the scientist, before work shifts start for these guys. And then we're going to hop to Hop 2 and get some resources. We're going to be in trouble if we don't have a radiation filter made by the time sunset hits today. I found another anomaly. I made a curious discovery. Now, how you talk to this guy can really impact how he reacts. He gets grumpy really easily if he thinks you're an idiot. So I made a curious discovery. Maybe it's 2 different things, but if it's 2 different ways of saying the same thing and you choose the wrong one, he gets irritated. So it's better. His thing is, you have to seem like you're interested in the science shit, which, you know, I am. But you also have to, whenever you can, make it seem like he's the only one that can, like, oh man, I know you're the only one that could figure this out. Like, you got to stroke his ego a little bit.
I made a curious discovery. Another distortion? I don't know. It was different this time. It didn't look dangerous, no radiation. Actually, it didn't do anything, but it caught your attention. It's like nothing I've seen before. It must have something in common with the other distortions. Question is, are they the cause or the reason of so much rupidium here?
Let's see. I'd like to study them more, but we can't let it distract us. No, I think... Now, the thing is, this guy's also, like, all business all the time. But I think when it comes to, like, a scientific inquiry... Because I've said the wrong things and gotten all of these guys pissed off at me. Very often. I'd like to study them more.
I'd like to study them more. So would I.
Yay!
And for that, we'll have to design our own tools. Do you have anything specific in mind? Let me think about it. I need to look through Professor Frankoff's lectures, as well as notes from other expeditions. We have a theory. I just need to find a way to put it into practice.
Oh, and I found another anomaly. Okay, I guess we'll continue. This is a separate conversation branch.
I ran into another anomaly.
Isn't this what I just told him?
This one was different. It was like this distortion was closing in on me,
the
as
moving
if I was
one.
pulling it toward me.
Yeah.
How extraordinary. Maybe its magnetic field is interacting with your suit. Yeah, well, running away from it was no fun. Keeping clear of it is the only thing you can do for now. Let's keep collecting observations. I feel we're onto something groundbreaking here.
All right. So let's... Oh, his research is now open. Okay, so we have a new mission research, which is the internal analysis tool. Take 4 hours to research. Unfortunately, I think getting the radiation filter is taking precedence. So, I am going to put the scientist... I need organics and metals to build... Let me make sure that's right. To build radiation filters. Yes. More organics than radiation filters. So I'm going to put him on metals. And then I am going to go do... Oh, nothing queued. You know what? We'll put the scientists on research, and since we're not doing anything in the greenhouse right now, we'll put the botanist out on mining metals, and I will go mine the organics. All right, I got a plan. And then once we've gotten some materials, I'll go plant that last anchor. Asking me. All right. What are we doing? Radiation filters. We'll have one in 58 minutes, so we should be surviving tonight. You can set like minimum queues, so I have it set that if we ever go under 3, they'll build up to 3. So that'll happen automatically. First, you have to do everything manually, like literally queue each item. We do have repairs. Is there anything else we need to be thinking? Oh, the qubit chip we need to build as well. Wasn't I already working on that? Did that get sidelined, or did I never start building it? Okay, metals is another bottleneck on that one as well. All right. So, does anyone have a job that they're not doing anything on right now? On shift. Research. Did he finish the research? He's 93% done. He's almost done. Then we've got the guy in the workshop. He's working. Metals work. Okay, now we're good.
Come see me. I'd like to draw your attention to something.
scientist has something to say.
Should I do this now?
What does the other guy want to do now? Minerals outpost. Minerals outpost. Nothing cute in the research lab. I'm gonna talk to the scientist because if I send him straight to the minerals outpost, he's gonna leave the base, which is gonna make it hard for me to talk to him. So I'll talk to him first.
So, what do you got for me? An invention I'm particularly proud of. The Luminator. You mean a flashlight? You have a talent for making extraordinary things sound mundane. It's not just a flashlight, Jan. Tell me, when you encounter these distortions, what is your priority?
To investigate them to get out of the way. Say to avoid them.
Honestly, you're the one who's interested in them. I just want to avoid them and get on with my mission. Now you'll be able to do it.
Oh, he doesn't like it.
Okay. How? Professor Frankov discovered that certain frequencies of light waves can be used to peer into proximity planes, to study them. I've used his observations to create my illuminator so it can reveal elements of the integral hidden to the human eye. But it also has another, more pragmatic application. It can help to eliminate distortions.
You mean destroy them? How is that supposed to help me examine them?
How is that supposed to help me examine them? I'm just giving you a tool. You decide how to use it. You see, distortions are created around puncture points between potential universes. That much we know. Now, with the Illuminator, they should become much more visible to you. Focusing the Illuminator's light waves exactly on the puncture point will allow you to seal that rift. You could compare it to cauterizing a wound. Damn, that does sound promising. Indeed. Now you see why I don't like calling it a flashlight.
Alright, so the one chance that I did have to screw up the conversation...
We're out of stuff. Want me to do something else?
No. Excuse me. This is what we're going to do. We're going to send the scientist to do organics. You, sir, are going to hang tight and keep building things as the materials become available. So he needs to build radiation filters. Oh, I do have the qubit chip to upgrade the quantum computer. Can I do that now?
All done. Should I take care of this now?
No, dude. Do we need maintenance on the base? Yeah, we do, as a matter of fact. Yeah, do it, brother. Didn't realize we had a module on the fritz. Can I actually do the quantum computer now? Upgrade available. Well, yeah, heck yeah. Can I clone another person? I'd reached a limit. All right. Who else is there? Upgrade quantum is an achievement. Okay, so I can't create a miner. Oops. Which could be good, although I have heard, just randomly, like looking at discussions about this, that the miner is a bit of a troublemaker. That does not get along well with others. It's a bit. I mean, the technician could be a grumpy puss, but the miner is apparently like might be kind of an asshole. But I think refiner efficiency when refining. I'm not even doing refining. Doctor, I don't think I'm ready. I don't think I'm able to do. I need to get to the next qubit level. So I think bringing a miner on board is the next step, and we'll have to deal with whatever busyness he ends up having. Alterate. Okay, hard to believe you agreed ending up in the mine like Dad. Oh yeah, that was one of the things. One of the big decisions was you got offered like sort of like a career-worthy position working in a mine, and that's what your father did. And this is the timeline where the father got confronted. And once the father was confronted, he actually became very like almost docile, like trying to make it up, like afterwards trying to like reconnect. But the Jan was having nothing to do with him. And so he actually thought, oh, my dad is trying to pull the strings to set, like, he's behind setting this job. Fuck that. And so he didn't do it. But this is the version that did take the job. So, and he mines a lot faster. So let's do it. See what happens. Ready, Jan Miner. All right, now before we do anything else, now we can see what happened from the time he was 22 to the time he's 35, like the rest of us. What happened to this guy? All right. Hard to believe you agreed ending up in the mine like Dad. You're pretty sure he was behind that offer, but what could you do? Mom's medical bills are piling up. Besides, you're never going to be like him. Alright. I have a feeling he is going to be like his dad. Be strong for her. He's at 23. You hold back the tears when you look at her in the hospital bed. You knew this was coming, her health deteriorating fast in the last months. She dies in every timeline so far. I'm wondering if when you get eventually to choose the doctor path, if somehow your mom survives. All right, I need to cover up Chauncey. She's getting a little jumpy. Chauncey was doing her late night. She starts chirping if she stays uncovered too late. She starts getting like cranky. Keep this guy away from Drake. All right. Just didn't want to think about it. You hate that helplessness. Damn, get your shit together, Jan. You need to be strong for her. Promise her you'll make something of yourself. Keep her smiling to the very end. And then that was at 23. This is 2 years later. Shit, this shift seems endless. You close your eyes and pause for a moment. Funny, when you get home, you wish you were back at work again. But taking extra shifts is exhausting. If only there was anything to come back to. 27. This is pointless. You squint, but the words don't make any sense to you. You promised to get an education, but this is pointless. You'll just make a fool of yourself at the entry exams. Damn it, taking that night shift was a stupid idea. Your head spins and you haven't eaten anything but chocolate bars since yesterday. Okay, so overworking and not taking care of himself is making him ineffective at academics at 27. 29, who cares about risk? Darn, that is one impressive blast. You take a deep breath. Maybe explosives is a path you should have gone down from the start. The pay is better, and the risk, who cares? Finally, you're doing something useful in the mine. Something not everyone can. Oh boy. And that was at 29. 30, of course, who cares about the risk? I can already see by the graphic that eating those words. Unbearable pain. It comes suddenly. The heat, unbearable, crushing, and the pain, the fucking pain in your arm. You try to scream, but no sound comes out. Is this the end? Well, apparently not. Okay, that's at the age of 30, so this is a full year later. He's still fucked up. It looks like you lost part of his arm. Okay, the pills don't work. You turn up the music. Did that singer always mumble like that? You can't make out the words. You stumble trying to sit back down. Shit, the pills aren't working as they should. You need to wash them down with something. Good thing there's vodka. Yeah, he's ending up like even rougher than his dad was. 33, not going back. Stop wasting your life? That dude, your former foreman, is insulting you. You'd hit him if you could. You can't work because you lost your arm, not because you like to drink now and again. Everybody does. What the hell is he talking about? So apparently, like, his old foreman is like trying to tell him he needs to get his shit together, and he's not having any of that. 33, nobody's mascot. Man, that guy just doesn't give up. Mining in space? That's his newest idea? Disability program? No way. You ain't gonna be nobody's mascot out there. Wait, what's that he's saying? You become like your old man? Get the hell out of here. I always say they're not gonna become like your dad. And then that was at 33, 34, caption, like the old man. You ain't nothing like dad. So why can't you forget what that asshole said to you? He doesn't know shit about you. How hard you tried to keep that promise. Shit. That's exactly what your dad would say. Okay. Maybe you could give it a go. But can you drop the booze and meds completely? So he's become basically like an alcoholic, junkie, angry, bitter, disabled guy. Project Dolly, that's where we all end up. At 35 years old, it's happening. You must be mad to be doing this. A minor with no hand, with a history of substance abuse, going to space. This can't end well. And it probably won't. I'm anticipating he's going to be a big pain in the ass. Alright. So now we've got him brewing. We can go up to the womb, and now you can see there's that membrane that over the next few hours is going to like puff out. And then I think by today, in a few hours, he's going to be born out of that. So he's not with us yet, but probably be around for dinner. Alright, and production assignments. We got one on metals, one on organics, base maintenance, greenhouse, kitchen, research. There is a bunch of research that is opened up. Okay. I think base expansion, if it becomes available, is what we're going to need to do first. We are out of room. So, and expands the organics tank. Okay, I think that's our next priority. And we can queue 2 up at a time. I think medium storage, because we keep running out of storage, medium storage might be the next priority. Oh, geez. Okay. Yeah, exploration. This stuff just makes moving around a little and probing and stuff a little easier, but it's not opening the path to do anything you can't already do. It's just making what you can do easier. And now the illuminator can be built. I think we're still making radiation filters. What is our bottleneck? Organics. I think organics is the harder one to get a hold of. We have Jan. Okay, let's put base overview. Is there still repair? There's still repairs happening. So We need metals. We need organics. What's the last thing? Enriched metals I don't have a need for yet. It's something that you can use to refine into some of the other materials, but there's no direct need for it. And it's in a dangerous area. It's in a radiated area, so... rupidium. Should I go get some minerals? Maybe I get rupidium. So rupidium is the stuff that actually you use to make the alternate versions of yourself. We do have... Oh, I should set that last anchor down. If I can't think of anything critical. Everything critical is already being mined. Or already being worked at the moment. Okay, I'm going to make my way back and place that last anchor point. Just so that if we need to get out... Oh, if we need to get out, we can't. Okay, get away from it. Because I think once that last anchor's down, if we're like, I have a feeling they're gonna warn me before the sun actually. I should be spending some time looking around for materials. I'm guessing we'll have some kind of a warning, like, oh, the sun's really close now, something like that. Before it hits. Up here. And it would be nice to have that bridge, and make sure I've got that bridge completed. Keeping an eye out for loose minerals and resources after that radiation storm. Oh god, okay, I do not care for these things at all. That thing I don't think was, oh god! These weren't here before. Okay. Where's that last bridge anchor? Get it down, get it down. Those anomalies are coming for me. Do we now have a bridge? Can I go across? Ooh, nice. Okay. Alright. And I don't think there's anything else up here for me to... Alright, I'm gonna... Here's some more mineral. I should just do a sweep and just look for loose minerals to pick up, because whenever, at this point, when I pay attention, I can see them. Only took me 2 hours to make the bridge. Is that what you're talking about? In fairness, I paused the game a lot because this is definitely a game where you've got to like collect your thoughts and figure out what the fuck you're doing. Like every moment you have to really have your shit together in terms of figuring out what you're doing. Which, of course, you know, my great skill at focusing on game and live streaming at the same time. Yeah, I was not expecting this to be like a game where I would just be dominating it during my stream. I only had it like paused for a few minutes. And it is also unusual that like I said earlier, where I hit points where I'm just waiting for the day to end and there's no way to speed it up. Alright, let's check for a moment how our production lines are doing. We're still working on radiation filters. We do have the resources to make radiation filters. I don't have anyone working. Oh, geez. Okay, good. Get up there. Alright, well, so now I forgot to check that. Jesus, place is... These anomalies were not here before. They were not so close to my base. This is a little bit unnerving. Oh, is there another one of these anomalies? These not as threatening anomalies? Alright, I'm gonna need to... Incoming radiation. Okay. And now the way that, because the radiation, the evening radiation comes earlier, the people that I have working outside until sunset are going to get a little bit irradiated during the last hours of their shift. Hopefully, the effect of that last hour will be mild enough not to be a problem that accumulates, but I'll definitely need to keep an eye on that. Alright, and is there... Everyone's off shift. How are we doing? Alright, I think we can move for tomorrow morning. We can move the scientist back to research. And oh, is the miner out yet? See if the miner gets born, we can have him take care of the mining. Time remaining 3 hours and 23 minutes. All right, so he'll be here later tonight. Does anyone have anything to talk about? No. Incoming messages, no calls. Okay. Then I think I'm just gonna go to the workshop. Where's the workshop now? Workshop is downstairs now. I used to have it right next to the research lab. I felt the building shaking. There's some stairs right outside my room. But for a second, like Millie, I heard thumping and Millie started barking. Okay. I'm tired. That's okay. You don't get exhausted until you get past that 11 o'clock mark. You just work slower. Alright, let's go check the womb. He's done. Waiting for wake-up procedure. Here we go. Let's welcome our new friend, Jan the Miner. He is not going to react well to figuring out he's a clone. They don't wake up knowing what's going on. They wake up like, what? Why? Who the fuck are you?
Hey, man. You alright?
I'm probably about to get socked in the face.
Alright. Hell no. Feel like I'm fucking dying.
Oh, does he have an arm, though, now? Yeah, hey, buddy. You got an arm. We give you a new body.
Oh, shit. That's it then. I'm dead already.
He thinks he's dead. Whoops. Not yet, brother. Not yet.
Not yet, brother. Not yet.
Damn it.
Oh, no, he's
Yet
mad.
another disappointment.
Shit.
You're on strong sedatives.
Mm-hmm. This is one strange dream.
Why don't we give you a mental checkup first, okay?
Here comes the punch.
Yeah. That's what they always say before they break the bad news to you. Shoot. What's your name? My name is Jan Dolsky, but I'm seeing fucking double. You should worry about that. We'll get there. Just fill me in on your role on this mission. Well, I used to be a miner, but then I lost my hand in an accident. Hey, wait a minute. What the fuck is this? My fucking arm. It's there again.
He's actually pissed.
Okay,
He's
I'm done
upset.
with your little survey. Tell me what's going on. What have you done to my body?
Oh god. I fixed it for you, or it's not your body, it's mine. I feel like I have two options. He's not gonna like either one of them. Let's say I fixed... shit. I don't think it's accurate to say it's my body either. I mean, he has his distinct body. Alright, of the two, I fixed it for you feels better. He's probably gonna get pissed off anyways. First thing he's gonna do with his new rebuilt hand is punch me in the face.
I fixed it for you. Who the hell are
He
you?
likes that.
I'm Jan Dolsky. I got stranded on a desolate planet where I found rupidium, so I used it to make you my copy. What the fuck did you drug me with, man? Oh, this is insane. What a trip. It's not a trip. It's reality. Your new reality. Oh, yeah? Well, in that case, Mr. Dolsky, would you be kind enough to tell me why your body's so damn intact? Because if you really are who you claim to be, both of us should be short an arm.
Okay, that's smart. We're not exact copies.
That's smart. We're not exact copies. We only share the same DNA. Our minds and memories are different. Okay. I knew it was a fucking mistake the moment I signed up for this goddamn mission. Oh, man. You want to know what's most cruel about what you did?
Bringing you to life against your will? Giving you fake memories? Or do I just tell him, I don't know, tell me? Yeah, let him tell me.
I don't know. Tell me. Keeping all that shit I went through in my head. Now that, my brother, is cruelty. Look, you obviously had a complicated life, so why don't we try to look ahead now? To what?
We actually don't. We don't know what's going to happen to these clones of me after the mission's over. It's one of the sort of the dicey things. The people who are in charge of this are trying to keep it like a secret from the public. They're like, keep it on the down low. And they won't say what's going to happen to all the extra versions of me that I'm creating. I mean, I half think that when I woke up in the pod, I might also just be a clone of something. And the universe, the timeline that I think I lived in, might not even be the real one. So I have no idea. There's everything's a wild card, including the assumption that I am the original Jan. To what? Working hard to help me, whatever the journey brings. Working hard to help me, or whatever this journey brings. Working hard to help me, is he gonna appreciate that? Or be pissed off by it? I would say this one seems less offensive, but he's probably not gonna like that either.
To whatever this journey brings for us. Oh no, thanks,
I didn't like
man. I've had my share of surprises. In that case, why don't you just kick back and take some time to get used to your new self? Go
Maybe
through
we
the
can
mission
play
logs.
beer pong.
They should
clear a lot of things up for you.
Okay.
Alright, can I assign him into anything yet? No, I think he needs to take maybe a day to get acclimated first. How upset is he? Looks like he's feeling okay. Huh? Alright, maybe because nothing's actually happened yet to piss him off. Okay, we're going back to production. Oh, can I just build another cube? Oh, I have to find another, like, broken chip in order to build the next one. Okay. The Illuminator. Let's throw this on the queue. In fact, let's prioritize that, because we've got 2 radiation filters already. So we're out of the woods on radiation filters. And they're going to build more. So I think getting the Illuminator bumped up is a good next stop. We are building... We do have plenty of food. Greenhouse. Packaged food. Let's queue up another one of these. So if you use 10 of the organics, you get 10 carrots. If you do 50, or no, you get 1 carrot. Is that it? 1 carrot for 10 organics. If you spend 50 organics, you get 10 times as much, so it's like twice as efficient. So I think I'll queue that for the next time we have someone working botany. And is anyone pissed off? Maybe I can, oh, I should go to bed. It's 11. Sunrise in 9 days. Okay, now we've got an actual time frame. Well, I think we can actually leave, gather enough organics to fuel the base and start the engines. Let's see what that looks like. So right now we're actually ready to leave the area. Where does it say how much? Is it in the command center? Here it is, base navigation. So I need 394. We actually have to expand the base in order to hold enough organics to make the next leap. So now I'm realizing our priority should be base expansion. Let's make sure... Okay, that is the next thing on the list. We do have the scientist. He's going to be working the lab. We do need metals. We are going to need organics. So I'm going to keep the botanist working. Maybe I'll put him on organics. Just because he deals with organic stuff. It doesn't, I don't think it actually makes a difference. And the miner, I think, is getting his first day on the boat. Is going to be onboarding acclimation time, so he's not working. I think I'm going to head straight out and get out there early, start doing some mining. Here. Get some metals going. firstly, let's make sure I do have someone who's going to be building too. Okay. Kitchen. Oh, can I assign him to stuff now? Oh, okay. Yeah, 50% metal boost. Okay, hold on. Let's put him on metals, and then I'll go to the other place. I thought it looked like he was grayed out. I didn't think he'd be able to work yet. Okay. Then I think... Let's see, should I go work Rupidium? Alright, so he's going to work on that. I'm going to go to our Rupidium mine and start working on that for the moment. Jan the miner wants to talk. Can I talk to him while he's at the mine? I've never tried to talk with him outside before. No, we'll talk to him tonight when we're all back in base. Alright. Now I feel like I just need to check on production. On shift. On shift. On shift. Production. Radiation filters. He's almost done making radiation filters. Is there anything else that I need to be building? I think, does that mean that I have my little I was gonna say my fleshlight? The thing the guy told me not to call a flashlight. Raw food. Where is our botanist right now? He's doing organics. Okay. Okay. I'm gonna use my fleshlight. Hello. Oh god, I hate all the anomalies here now. Let's see. There's the Illuminator. Yes. Aim. Illuminator. What just happened? Following the integral trail. Keep using the Illuminator and follow the anomaly trail. Okay.
Huh. Incredible. Let's see where this leads.
Can I just walk up this thing? Okay, no, I've got to go around. Okay. Pardon? What the hell is that? Okay, stop. Get out of the way. Oh my gosh. Can I do that to all these things? Ooh, that's a bit of a game changer. Okay, yeah, now I'm recalling he was saying something about... Alright. This is kind of exciting. Like, the anomalies aren't just something I need to be afraid of anymore. I can actually break them down for resources now. Alright. Things are looking up for old Jan here. Oh, recharge? Okay. Oh, am I using suit energy every time I release one of these? Okay. Gonna lead up here? Yes. Destroyed anomaly reveals Alex, the resource that can potentially be converted into any basic resource needed for your survival. Research the Alex resource conversion to get access to that process. I probably will also need to build a refinery, which I do not currently have room for in my base. Planetary samples, a rare and valuable resource used for advanced research. All right. Wow. Is that the thing that I just all that tracking down accomplished? I think it is. All right. I'm going to oh, the day is a wasting. Now I can take out any one of these things now. Okay, this is good. And I can recharge. My suit energy is drained, but I can recharge at any of these stations. Oh, can I not? Why can't I? Okay, there we go. I just had to put my thing away. Okay, the radiation is... Oh, shit! Okay. Radiation's coming in 12 minutes, so I guess it's time for me. Should I head back? Yeah. Is there anything I can be working on in here? I still have some productive time. Kitchen and greenhouse are both being unattended. We do have orchid. Let's move the botanist back into the greenhouse. He's off shift anyways, though. I think... Well, I've still got some productive energy. I'm going to work the greenhouse. Yeah. Workshop. Oh, we're done. We're done building things for now, too. So we don't need the technician. We don't need the technician working in there. I guess we can place him in the kitchen for the moment. Organics. Let's put him on organics. Food. And then I'm gonna go do some farming. And then once I get tired, there we go. Tired. Time to go talk to some people. The miner is in the kitchen. It's right here. Oops, it was up, not down. Hey, where'd he go? Dormitory. Oh, they're both in here. All right, miner first. God, it's gonna go bad. I think this guy's gonna hate everything I say to him.
Hi there. You doing all right? I don't know. All right, I guess, but
Still trying to find sense in this plot twist.
Embrace it, or you're doing great. I think you're doing great.
You're dealing with it really well. Great job.
Huh. Long time since I heard those two words put together. But yeah, focusing on the work helps me keep my demons at bay.
Don't push yourself or don't hold back. Yeah, for this guy, I don't want to yell like, yeah, don't hold back, dude.
That's the spirit. Work is the best cure for all the problems. Don't hold back.
Damn, I just hope I don't fuck everything up again. That would really be my luck. Always the useless loser.
So I tell him, he said he's useless loser. So I say, you're not useless, or you're not a loser. I'm going to say you're not useless, because I think trying to tell him he's a great and productive, like, successful person is not going to fly.
You're anything but useless. We really need your mining skills here.
Wow, that's new. But is it really me you need? I mean, with this change, am I still the same person I was?
You're a new person. Your past isn't real. Or you're still the same person healed. You know what? Honestly, the way this guy's life, because you could sort of look at it both ways. And I think looking at as a new person might be better for this guy, because his life before, he was not going down a good path.
It's simple. You're a new person. Your past doesn't exist.
That sounds good.
Don't worry about it too much.
No. I'll try.
All right. Well, that went well. I think Evie's like a minute or two behind on the stream because she's reacting to, like, at the point that you said oof, not that first one, in the stream I've actually just finished the conversation. Oh, maybe you are up to speed because now you seem like you're reacting to me in real time. I don't know. Maybe you're reacting to something I said a minute ago. I found some specimens.
I have something for you. I used the illuminator on one of those strange areas on the surface, and it revealed some sort of plants, but not real living plants. More like a projection of another dimension that became visible to me. Keep going. I followed their path and found something that could have been their core. And when I used the illuminator on it, I found some interesting specimens. Really? Specimens from the interval. Did you secure them properly? Of course. I have to take them to my lab immediately. Let me study them thoroughly. Jan, this is beyond my wildest dreams. A whole new area of research wide open before me. Before us.
All right. Oh, Jan the Miner wants to talk some more. He's in machinery. What is the goal of the story? Well, insofar, I mean, it's obviously a story that's unfolding. Insofar as you can piece it together, you were just on a mission to find this rupidium stuff, and everyone died. Everyone except you. And really, what you're doing now is this company is just trying to get you, A, to be able to survive, B, to collect as much rupidium as possible, because that's what the corporate suits are really interested in, which supposedly is maybe going to save the fate of humanity. It's like going to benefit well, I don't know if that's actually what their intentions are. I don't quite trust them, but That's the idea. Collect as much as possible and be at like the right location to be rescued once the time comes, so we can be extracted and presumably return to Earth. Though, like I said, I'm skeptical about what they're actually going to do with us. But that is tentatively the goal: is collect as much rupidium as we can until like they've got a rescue operation on the way out, but it's going to take a while to get to us, and then get out of here with the rupidium. I have a feeling we're all clones and they're just going to take the rupidium and we can fuck ourselves after we mined it all. I don't know. I'm feeling very cynical about this company we're working for. If you were on a ship where everyone had the same name, what would you call each other? Well, here they just identify themselves by their position. So it's Jan Engineer, Jan Scientist, etc. But if you're asking in real life what I would do, I don't know. It's a good question. I guess you have a lot of options. You have to discuss it with your other selves. Or with the other people. Extracted, neutralized. What's the difference? Extracted, neutralized. What's the difference? Alright. Alright, let's see. He wants to talk again. Oh, what? Give him the ball. Oh, yeah, I found something for him to look at tonight.
Hey, I found this. I brought it on this mission, but thought that maybe it could mean something to you too.
Is that the ball from the Titan Tigers game?
That's right. I knew you'd be excited.
Yeah. So many good memories linked to this one. Yeah. They scored the last goal of the season with that ball, after everyone wrote them off. Maybe it's a sign that we can make it as well. Thanks.
Alright. So you find personal effects, and they end up being like each thing that you find from your own belongings from your past usually corresponds to one of your alters that like it'll mean something to you. The G-Laws would fight over who gets to be G-Law and who gets to be Lawrence Hawk. Don't forget Garriman. Who else? There's Lawrick Hawk. Are those my only alter egos? Yeah, I think so. Lawrence Hawk. For a while I was Ryan Law, but I think Lawrence Hawk took that place. Because, alright. So what else could I do with the hour that I have left? Take maybe... Okay, we've just unlocked a bunch of quick crafting, cheaper climbing, suit upgrade, and capacity of suit battery, and radiation resistance. That's not terrible. I haven't even looked at what all the things. Okay, there's the organic, the Alex Organics conversion. You do need a refinery, which I haven't built yet. Advanced. Okay, so we've got advanced outposts. 40% faster than the basic ones. Those definitely can be helpful. I think until we have larger storage capacity, we just end up filling things up too quickly. Unless there's an emergency, and then we're all out of everything all at once. Capacity would be good to have. Okay. So, once we've unlocked medium storage, which is our second thing, we're going base expansion, medium storage, then we'll be able to unlock large storage, radiation repulsor module, which makes radiation filters more efficient. With enough repulsors, you won't ever need replacement. Okay, so that's something to look forward to, where we don't have to replace the radiation filters every day at a certain point. A contemplation room, another thing, unlocks the contemplation room, or a distressed alter can get better alone or under the supervision of a shrink or the guard. I think the guard unlocks first. Basically, when you need to put somebody into timeout. Gym, or an altar can exercise. All right, well, it's good to know. I mean, as it is right now, there are rooms like the infirmary and things that I can presently build. I just don't have room for it in the base, so I'm not in a rush to unlock new rooms because I already don't have enough space to build all of the rooms that I am able to build. In fact, I kind of want to take a look at that. So this is where you actually build, and once you've built, you can freely just move stuff around where it fits. This area is kind of blocked off, so everything's pretty... Like, it's possible if I reorganize things perfectly, I could find a way to fill in these last little whatever, but I spent a good deal of time maximizing the use of the space in the way that I already have. So, I don't think I could get it much better than this. But yeah, so expand your base. Research required. Can't do it yet. Build. This is how you actually... So, like, what do I not have yet? I guess the refinery and the infirmary. But if I want to build a refinery, you can see... Technically, you would fit here, but because I can't build a hallway to it, it's a no-go. And I can't build an elevator down to it because there's no place to fit it in. But, yeah, basically, that's how you would build... If you had more space. How big is the infirmary? The infirmary is even bigger, so... Blocked by two. Okay. But yeah, so that's how base building works. Can I move this? Nope. I can't really move anything right now. Can I switch stuff? Alright, I haven't tried that before. You can actually... That might not be a terrible thing. It might be easier for me to remember the research lab is directly above the workshop. Oh, is Balls... Wait. Why do you think Balsio is one of my alter egos? Balsio. Apart from the fact that as time goes on, I've started to realize I'm the only person probably in the entire Earth who is amused by the Balsio concept. But I don't identify with Balsio. They're all going to the social room.
Keeping busy, I hope.
I wonder what's the source of organic matter on this planet.
Huh. That's an interesting question. I wonder if some primitive life forms used to inhabit the planet.
What if they still do, huh? Unkillable, radioactive, fireproof life forms.
I was much happier before this conversation took place.
Well, I'm glad to see that at least the miner isn't getting any fights with anyone yet. You're amused that I'm amused by Balsio? Okay, that's enough for me. Balsio.
So, tough guy. Excited about not sleeping on the floor anymore?
I guess.
You guess?
Calm down, man. It's just a bed.
Oh yeah, the technician was the one who first said, you need to build us a dormitory, because sleeping on the ground sucks. Alright. Time to end the day. Wait, can I not? Why is it not letting me go to bed? That's a problem. And it won't let me go outside. Just making sure it won't let me go outside, right? No, during the night, radiation Leaving the base would be deadly. The airlock is locked at night. Okay. Go back. Okay, now it'll let me do it. Okay. I was a little worried that my game just broke. But all I had to do was go down the floor and up. It's like IT crowd. Just to try turning it off and on again. Sunrise in 8 days. All right, this is getting a little close considering I don't have enough fuel. Assignments. Let's make sure we've got this well planned. Technician. Demand a refund. It's because there was a moment where one thing wasn't functioning. Yeah, it was a little weird though why it was not interactable. Demand a refund. That's good too. And I'm playing this on Game Pass. So apart from paying the $11 or whatever it is that I'm already gonna pay, could I break it down, prorate the time that I spent playing this out of my $11? Like calculate the number of hours played versus the number of hours in a month, and what proportion of $11 that would be, and that'd be like I write this big formal letter demanding 42 cents or whatever it is. I demand a refund. Okay. You gotta turn it. Have you tried turning it? Hello, IT. Have you tried turning it off and on again? Wait, no. I needed to figure out what the hell I'm doing. I need to get my game plan for the day. Okay, the scientist is sciencing. We don't need to build anything at the moment. The kitchen, we're okay with food. So while we could do a little bit of gardening if we had spare hands, it's not critical, although we are running low on cooked meals. It might be worth... So each person consumes 1 meal a day. So at the moment we've got now 5 people, including myself. So we'll be eating 5 food per day. We have 12 mush, which, you know, they'll eat 1 meal per person per day, whether it's mush or cooked food. But mush, I don't know if it actively makes them upset, but definitely does not help morale. So they eat the cooked meals first. So basically I've got 2 days worth of food. Maybe I should put somebody on... I want to keep him on organics. Research. We'll put the technician on kitchen duty. And then... because we've got quite a bit of organics actually built up. We're going to need more for... You know what? I'll go out and directly mine organics myself. Mush would make you upset? You bet it's worse than Huel? Oh, some of that Huel was pretty good, though. I think I'm getting a little hungry, too, because the idea of Huel actually sounds good. I went through that phase where I was eating all those savory Huels. They were basically like porridge and chili and all this other stuff. But, you know, gritty. But right now, some of those, like, I'd be like, oh, I'd eat the hell out of a bowl of that stuff right now. That's not true, Nick. As someone that cleans up after my dog every day, there are worse things than Huel. Remember that scene from Ron Burgundy? You will eat the cat poop! Alright, nope. Get back into a paused menu. So, I think I'm gonna go do organics mining, but it just occurred to me that we do have that other special anomaly that I think maybe I want to go scan that first. Because there were 2 of them that we discovered. So yeah, there was that one over here, which is not that far. Now that we have the bridge, it's not that far from the base. Do I have fuel stickers on my Rascal? Is the Rascal a... You referring to my penis? I don't understand the question, Maxie. But in either case, no, I don't have fuel stickers on anything. Although I think at a certain point I did get fuel stickers, like they sent them along with an order or something. Oh, my scooter! I only rented a scooter for 1 day, man. Just 1 day. Let me get my fleshlight out. Maybe now that I can clear out these anomalies, there's a lot more ground resources I can pick up. 1 day is enough to label me for life. That all? Did I irreversibly? Was that like? That was a turning point in my life. I didn't realize it at the time. Kind of random, but last night was the first night you slept in your bed, so before then you were sleeping in your armchair. That would have put a footrest on it because you were worried. Oh, put a foot... That would have a footrest pull out on it. Okay. Well, that must be nice, though. I didn't realize you weren't even sleeping in your own bed. That's a huge difference to be able to do that. Jump down. Yeah, they don't really give you the option to jump down. I know realistically they would. You wouldn't be able to get out of bed easily enough. But slept way better than normal and got out easier than you would have thought. Oh, that's good. Yeah, I know, like, wait, where I'm losing track of this. Alright, hold on. Like, we've got that recliner that I think is totally comfortable, but, and I fall asleep in that thing all the time. But, like, when I wake up in the middle of the night and then go to bed after, like, go to my actual bed, it's so nice. It's like it does make a big difference. As comfortable as the chair is. I guess I didn't need to climb up here. These doohickeys. More planetary samples. Alright, well I guess that's these pets sure want food. Napping on your lazy... Oh, wait. But it's not time. These pets sure want food. I'm trying to see what other sentences that I've missed that would make that have context. Okay, I think I'm gonna wander around and kill... Oh, my battery's completely sapped. The statement stands on its own just fine. These pets sure want food, but it's not time. Okay. growing illiteracy and rascal writing. I must be getting tired. It's the only explanation for why something that you wrote would not be making sense in my mind. Oh yeah, well, you know, they don't have Lawrence Welk anymore, so I have to use my VHS player because I used to set the timer to record it every Wednesday evening when Lawrence Welk Club used to play on PBS or whatever. And you able to go out with your hubby to Cece's last week when you had the splint on and you were at your parents', you couldn't use your scooter and you weren't, let's see, you weren't really able to go out to do things. That kind of sucked. Yeah, that would suck. I'm glad you can glad you're a little more, sounds like maybe a little more mobile in that respect. Okay. Can I recharge? Actually, you know what? I should just mine at this point. Hold on. Organics, research, production, assignments. Okay. Production, kitchen, greenhouse. $150. Rubidium, minerals. Okay, I'm gonna go mine organics. That's what I'm gonna do. We are out of space for organics. Okay. I shouldn't have done that then. That was a waste of space. Can I recharge here? Okay. Base expansion has been completed. Base. Large storage, of course, and contemplation in the gym. Should be thinking ahead to what's the next technology that I can or should queue. Suit upgrade. Cheaper climbing. Hub pylon. Much greater range than standard pylons. There's the advanced. Convert Alex to Alex to metals. I guess we could have that. That will unlock something that we can't currently do, even though we don't have a refinery yet. Let's take on the map with the base. I think now that we've unlocked the ability to expand the base, I want to check back on the base to see what that looks like in practical terms. Expand 60 and 40. We're going to definitely need to do this now. And then that is going to open up our organic storage. Okay. Oh my gosh. Okay. So, first thing I'm probably going to need to do is build an elevator down this. Yeah. Okay, I'm not going to do that right away, but I'm definitely to exploit this area, I'm gonna need to shuffle things around. Probably get an elevator coming down from this workshop so that I can have access to these 3 areas. So it does create quite a bit more space. What should I consider? I don't specifically need the refinery yet. I don't specifically need anything, but we'll see what happens once I complete medium storage. See what that looks like. So this is something I'm researching right now. Alright. I'm losing track. I'm losing... This is probably would have been the point of, like, if when I'm playing this game, when I'm not streaming, my brain basically runs out of, like, processing power to keep doing this game around 10. So it's probably why if I'm mentally struggling even more than I usually do on my streams, it's just because the game is demanding. Or at least, yeah. So I think I'm gonna mine more organics to top that off. The organics now goes up to 450, and that is what we're going to need to travel. It's a fairly normal amount of mental struggle for me. Well, I'm glad it seems that way to you, Brad. And I know you probably perceive a great deal of mental struggle on a regular basis, but from inside my own head, I am my brain is working like 50% harder than it usually does when I'm streaming. Maybe 100% harder. And that's on top. I don't want to get into my job, but like my job has been just every day making my brain stretch. Like I can never just settle in and have a routine of doing some familiar task. Whenever I start to get comfortable doing a familiar task that I know, more new shit that requires a lot of brain twisting to learn occurs. And it's just like, that can be fun in some ways, to always be challenged that way. It definitely keeps you from being bored, which I've had jobs where boredom ends up being the problem because it's always the same every day for too long. But my god, my brain just feels so fucking like just overworked, overstretched. Doesn't sound like I'm having fun. Well, I've been having fun with this game. I think it's the combination of, like, you know, streaming, talking, just trying to talk and interact, and not that I'm perfect at keeping up with chat, but it's a little like juggling, right? So playing the game by itself is not like the hardest thing that's ever happened, and streaming by itself is not the hardest thing a person could do, and talking for 4 hours is not the hardest thing a person could do. But yeah, sometimes everything together, it's like I'm fairly certain I'm winding, like, once this day's over, I'm gonna be winding the stream down in game day. You should stream full time and tell your bosses to kiss your ass. Yeah, so I could take a 75% pay cut. Yeah, I take that. Yeah, I'm breaking free, assholes. Fuck you for making me use my brain all the time. I'm over it. I don't fault my bosses. Like, I'm not like, those assholes, they made me think all the time. There's nothing bad about that. The fact, actually, that they have me doing that stuff is a testament to, like, that they value my abilities, which is exactly what I wanted when I went to law school. So I can't complain. about them. I can, however, complain that sometimes my brain just gets fucking tired. Gets tired of doing brain shit. Alright, let's go back out here. Oh wait, I was gonna go screw around with anomalies, wasn't I? Alright, we'll do a little bit of that. Fun with anomalies. If I can figure out which way I want to go. Alright, let's get my flashlight out. Go to work one day dressed as pipe cock. See what kind of reaction you get. That's one thing about the new department that I work for. We don't do on-cam meetings anymore, really. It's very rare that anyone sees anyone else. And the thing about pipecock is, you know, these meetings, I could have been dressed as pipecock all the time, but they wouldn't see. The key thing is having the pipe strapped to your cock if you're going to pull off pipecock. Nobody sees anyone below, like, chest level. Oh, I'm out of energy again. Oh yeah, no, I worked in a t-shirt and boxers half the time. Especially during like the summer, because why wouldn't I? During the winter, I'm wearing a t-shirt and sweats. And they're cool about the t-shirts and stuff, they don't care. At most of the meetings that I go to, I'm wearing the same kind of like the stuff you see me wear, my Doctor Who shirt, my Comic-Con shirts. When I go to work meetings, that's the same shit that I'm wearing. Charge. Incoming radiation. Okay, close enough. Yeah, they're pretty cool. And then, well, the one thing when I change positions is on Teams, which is what we use to have our virtual meetings. We're on team calls all the time, but we just don't use the camera for it most of the time. But you can set custom backgrounds where it does, you know, like a green screen type of thing, where you can just, there's certain built-in like backgrounds you can choose, or you can upload whatever photo you want and make that be your background. So for my last department that I was in, my last team, for the last 2 to 3 years, I had the bridge of the original 1960s Starship Enterprise as my background, so it looked like I was hanging out on the bridge of the Enterprise original series ship. And that was one thing when I moved on to the new position. I'm like, okay, I don't want to push things too far. So when I do go to meetings, I think I need to put the Star Trek background away. Okay, time to go back. Alright, things are getting owie out here. Are you gonna let me fast travel? Please? Alright. You're almost done with the original 3 seasons of Star Trek? Yeah, I mean, I've seen all those episodes countless times. There's probably some of them where it's been years and years since I've seen them. Because, you know, all my life it was like, you just randomly catch a Star Trek episode. Like, it was never, when it was in syndication or reruns, and there was no real reason to ever sit down and watch, like, start with episode 1, go to episode 2. You know, TV wasn't like that. You just randomly find, Whenever you happen to catch an episode of Star Trek, be like, oh, whatever. So I never thought like, oh, that's the second season or that's the third season. It's just always like in my mind, just that one episode. Yeah. So probably because of the random nature of it, there's certain episodes that I didn't see that much, but I've seen all of them. What should I do while I'm here in base? What's the filters? We don't need anyone in the kitchen anymore. So let's put Jan back here. Need to watch Indiana Jones while you're laying around doing nothing. When do I lay around doing nothing? Oh, Evie. Okay. Yeah, because she never seen Indiana Jones. You had to remind me. One of my greatest disappointments.
Got a riddle for you.
I'm not interested.
What gets wet while drying?
Seriously, can't
Oh,
you
no.
see I'm busy?
Huh. Guess you're not that smart after all.
Oh no.
You again.
Oh, so the scientist and the miner are not going to be friends. I was actually just thinking about that Indiana Jones game today again, like how much I liked that. Like I really enjoyed that game. All right, here we go. Okay. All right, sunrise in 8 days. We should be good to clear out of here by then. And I think the strategy for sunrise is stay here as long as we can to collect resources before we move on. Because I think that's how you can maximize your growth. Like, don't leave as soon as you're able to. Wait. I think. That's how I'm gonna do it.
To disable evacuation functionality then. Locating organic
But you enjoyed watching me play it, but finished it off stream like an a-hole? Like 99% of the games that I play. I'm an asshole with all of them. Yeah, you guys, with rare exceptions, never see me play. All right, so new day, new save. Definitely not gonna play through to the next day. Alter Rebellion, new task. Okay, we'll see what that is next time I log in. Alright, get the heck out of here. Get the heck out. Yeah, I only played it. Well, I played, 2 weeks in a row, right? And I was playing the hell out of that game. It was the only game I played since from the time I started it. So I finished it. Let me see, was it twice? No, I'm gonna have to look. I think that sounds about right. Like I played it. I think my very first time playing it was on stream, and then I played. The next week I was in some random spot, like halfway into the game, and then by the next week I'd beaten it. And I think the only time I actually have played entire games on stream has been during October. The Quarry, that I played entirely on stream. That's the last one I can think of that I played entirely on stream from beginning to end. Didn't I? Now I'm trying to remember. I think I did. I think I did not play that at all offline. But now that I'm thinking about it, I'm doubting myself a little bit. Like maybe I did play, but I think I made a point of keeping it stream only. The most wonderful time of the year. They have a whole series that of games that they've made that I own a few of them. I should do more of those in October again. You guys like the story? It's like the horror element of it though, right? Because like Telltale, like there's that Star Trek Resurgence game that I streamed once, but I don't think it would have quite the draw of like a horror game, like the Quarry. The campy, yeah, there's just something just cool about the whole style, campy horror. And especially the October, that time of year. It's good stuff. I'm debating after I end the stream if I should have my Red Baron mini deep dish pizza. The man ordered some stuff from the place from it's called Grocery Outlet. It's not, I don't think it's everywhere, but it's a lot of places. But depending on where you live, you may or may not have them. But we call it the used food store. It's like they have a lot of times like companies will make food that doesn't quite, like they'll make a new, like, hey, let's make nacho cheese flavored licorice vines or whatever. And then it's like, oh, it turns out nobody wants that shit. All right, now we just have this overstock and they'll sell it at Grocery Outlet. I should have at least 2 mini deep dish pizzas. I might. I mean, the alternative is I could do something a little more mellow. Like we've gotten into cereal lately. We're not always cereal eaters. But I'm telling you, also what could be really good is just like a bowl of frosted mini wheats. That could be some good stuff. We have some other cereal that we haven't cracked open yet. Apple Jacks. Honey Nut Cheerios. I think that's it. What cereal am I eating? The main one that I keep, and I think we might have got Raisin Bran somewhere, or maybe we were just going to and we didn't. I'd say the one we've been eating more than any other has been Frosted Mini Wheats. Eating grape nuts? No, you can't eat grape nuts. Once you get to a certain age, it's too hard on your teeth, Maxie. So, that's only for young old people with good teeth. Grape nuts and kashi. Hanging out with your friends on Sunday. You haven't seen them in a long time. Oh, yeah. Out of commission. Out of commission, Evie. I'm glad you may be able to. And then just being at your parents' house for a long time, too. Good on that. Good times for Evie. Microwave grape nuts? Is that a thing? Like you eat it like porridge? I've never heard of that. Grape nuts is one of those cereals where, like, about once every 10 years, I'll be like, you know what I haven't had in a long time? Grape nuts. I get one small, dense, it's like always it's a smaller box than other cereals, but it's like 8 times the density per volume. And I'll get grape nuts. I'll have a few bowls of grape nuts. By the time I get through that small, dense box of grape nuts, I'm good for another decade. So, trying to think about it. I might be due. It might be a decade since I've had it. So it could be I'm due for it. People do that. Seems gross, but you're disgusted by hot milk. Yeah, I mean, hot cocoa is one thing. If you put some chocolate in the milk and it turns into hot cocoa, I'm good with that. But yeah, the idea of actual, like, unsweetened hot milk does not sound appealing to me. Yeah, cream of wheat's fine. It's not something that we routinely have. I also like malto meal on occasion. oatmeal. You like sugary cereals, like Rice Krispies. Actually, Rice Krispies is not sugary, unless you get like Cocoa Krispies or something like that, or you add a bunch of sugar. Pops is definitely sugary. I go back and forth when it comes to. Sometimes I feel like a sweet cereal, but it's like if I want something sweet. Normally, I like cereals that are a little more on the savory side. That's sort of why I like Frosted Mini Wheats, because it's a good balance of like substance, but also a little bit of sweet mixed in with it. So it's like more sweet than not, but it's still got some like. It's not like one of my favorite cereals growing up was Captain Crunch Berries, and I still will like that sometimes, but I don't know. My craving for sweets has like changed over the years to where when I'm hungry, I'm often like, I'm not, the first thing I'm thinking about is like, I want something sweet. It's usually like the sweet stuff just sort of exists in the space between more hearty stuff. We had Cinnamon Life. We had, yeah, that was recently, I think we may have had a couple boxes of Cinnamon Life over the past few weeks. That was something that I hadn't had forever that I really enjoyed. I think I might have preferred to get regular Life. And that's one of those things, like, I think Amanda prefers the sweeter cereals too. So, and Cinnamon Life is still, it's not like eating a mouthful of sugar sweet. The way that, like, we got Fruit Loops right now with marshmallows in it. And I had one bowl of that when I was really in the mood for something sweet, like last week, and I enjoyed it. But that's like, if I'm like, I'm hungry, what do I want for breakfast? Like, I don't like donuts. I'm not like, I'm hungry for food. And then I think, oh, donuts with like 8 layers of frosting on it. I'm like, no thanks. Maybe if I'm having it with coffee, and I barely sweeten or don't sweeten the coffee at all, then I can get into some donuts. But then it's like, I gotta take some coffee, then have coffee and donuts. That could be a good combo. Rice Krispies isn't too sweet. I mean, all those cereals, like Corn Flakes and everything else, they do have sugar in them. But the Frosted Flakes is like sugar encrusted cornflakes. But if you have just cornflakes, it's not sweet. But still, if you look at the ingredients, there is sugar in it. But it's not like when you're eating it, you're like, oh, cornflakes are sweet. And I sort of consider regular Rice Krispies to be the same, on like the same level as cornflakes. Yeah, there is some sugar in it, but typically it's like you gotta add sugar if you want it to be sweet. They do snap, crackle, and pop. Yep, there's even the cartoon characters on the front of the same name. Names, Snap, Crackle, and Pop. Yeah. One of the big things is what is the fierce competition between there's the Cocoa Krispies versus Cocoa Pebbles. I like both of them, but they're definitely different. They're similar, though. You're back on carnivore. No more cereal for you. Okay. Yeah, I think I need to get my shit together, too. I don't know if I need to, I'm gonna go carnivore exactly, but I really... This past year, I've really, just completely... Would I say I've completely backslid? I don't think I'm eating as badly as the worst that I've ever eaten. I think during the pandemic, that's when I first started doing Uber Eats delivery and stuff. I ate really bad because I was just having fast food constantly. But yeah, definitely not on top of my shit. I'm kind of missing those meal deliveries that I was eating. I was eating for those for a year and a half. Those were pretty much one of the tools that helped me lose weight, was having like nutrition selected meals basically, so I could take my decision making out of the equation. Like, I mean, you could still abuse that shit. You could eat one of those meals and then have a big bowl of, you know, Frosted Flakes and fuck it up, but aren't there 2 different Raisin Brands? Well, yeah, I think there's Kellogg's Raisin Bran and there's Post Raisin Bran are the 2 big ones. And then there are other, like, slight variations on Raisin Bran. You probably go get generic, just Raisin Bran. Bulk, from, like, the bulk container at Winco. I don't think you guys have Winco. I think it's a Pacific Northwest thing, but still. Those stores that have bulk sections. You've been losing weight since you fell. Yeah, I wouldn't expect that unless you've lost your appetite. Yeah, that could do it. But probably because you're less active, that also wouldn't. Your body just isn't craving as much. You have Winco in Texas? I want to say Winco stood for Washington, Idaho, Nevada, Colorado, and Oregon. And that was the original places where it was, and then it's kind of expanded over the last 20 years. Hi, I'm tired. I need to go. I think pizza is a bad idea. I'm probably gonna have a bowl of frosted mini wheats. It's quick, and it's not got a bunch of provocative pizza sauce and cheese and all that other shit. You eat ribeye 4 nights a week? That doesn't sound like the worst thing ever. I think you get expensive, but considering you're not buying junk or snack food anymore, it's not. Yeah, I guess it really is. If you're spending less on everything else, then it could balance out. Josh, you made it through the entire stream? And I even noticed... Oh wait, do I still do the dance saber? I was going to say, I've even been noticing your comments, even though I just forgot that one. No, I've fallen off the wagon with that. In fact, I think I might have hurt my shoulder. I tried it again like a month ago, and it had been the first time in a while, and I think I actually, like, I don't know if I'd go so far as to say I injured my shoulder, but I did something screwy to my shoulder, and it kind of was, like, hurt for a few weeks. So... And that's another example, like, when I was doing it all the time and I was in better shape, that sort of thing wouldn't happen, but because I tried to do it for like an hour straight, cold, I think my body did not handle it well. Like, everything, it sucks, because I wasn't like a slender muscle man or anything, but I was in pretty good shape. I was still a little heavy, but yeah, I had, my cardio was good, I had like muscle development and all that shit where like I could do stuff. Now it's like walking back, like, you know, where you live on the 3rd floor, going up those stairs. For a year there, going up those stairs was like not a thing anymore. Like, whoop, just pop up this step to the 3rd floor. Now it's like I need to stop and breathe for a minute when I come up because I'm out of breath. Stream is just starting out here. Caw! Well, if you consider it if you can pretend it's a 4-minute stream, then you can pretend that this is the beginning. In fact, 4 minutes is stretching it, because I was literally almost about to do the lullaby. So, you get a chance to say hello to a few people. Didn't I buy the Beat Saber game that's the orchestra composer? Yeah, I think Ali got me that for my birthday or Christmas. It was on my wish list. I think Ali got that one for me. It was when I was already out of shape. I did play it. I did play probably I played it twice for probably a total of like an hour or two, but it was already at the point where I was out of shape. Like it was really hard. I was really getting like, I should try getting back into that, because there was a point when Beat Saber, I could just sort of do it as long as I wanted to and not get tired. I'm definitely not at that point now. Like when I did Beat Saber a few weeks ago, because it got to a point before where I'd be doing it and I would just lose track of time, and I'd be like, I'd have to set a timer to make myself stop, so I wouldn't be like, oh shit, I wanted to do other stuff today and I accidentally Beat Saber for 4 hours. It's definitely at that point now where I'm just like, I just want to try and get to a half hour and just maybe try doing a half hour a day. And I'm doing stuff and I'll be like, oh sure, I must have hit a half hour, but like I must be in close now. And I'll look and it's like, oh shit, it's only been like 14 minutes. Which is, when you're when you're out of breath and it's hurting a little bit, time goes a little slower. You don't lose track of time. You beating my Saber would get the channel delisted? Well, that's why I don't use my webcam anymore, Matus. Because, I like tonight I was playing with a fleshlight through half the stream. I mean, I was telling everyone about it. That was just a thing in the game that I was playing. It wasn't actually a fleshlight. You know what? You say wolf mouth's probably a good idea. But oh yeah, Beat Saber was definitely a good workout. I don't think it's necessarily like, if you had a trainer, they probably wouldn't be like, oh yeah, just do a bunch of Beat Saber for hours and hours every day, and that's all you ever need to do. They would probably be like, no, you should be like mixing some other stuff in there. But just by itself, like, it's pretty relatively low impact, good cardio. It's good if you can, it is good. I should keep wanting to go back to it. That's one of the things we're hoping maybe when we move, if we get a house with some doors and some rooms, because right now I used to do it in a living room, which has the high vaulted ceilings. Right now I can't do that because Millie freaks out if I put a helmet on, start filling my arms. Like, it triggers her. Like, she'll start like, I don't know if she's scared or what, but she sort of, all of a sudden she'll be like jumping up at my hands and like going for my controllers and stuff. Maybe she's playing, I don't know, but I realized like I can do like a little bit of VR if I'm sitting in a chair, not flailing, but I can't do Beat Saber with her. So I have to go into the room, and it's just closed, like the room, and this is where when I've done it on stream, but I have to stand in exactly the right spot so that either I don't hit like the blades of the ceiling fan or with my hands, or walls or furniture around me. And it also gets a lot more stuffy in here. I have AC and fans and stuff I can use, but it's just a lot more. And then I've got to lock Millie out. She sometimes gets a little whatever. So, I mean, that was part of what made me, like, how I stopped doing it, because I don't want to blame Millie, but the thing is, I was walking her all the time, but as she became more and more reactive, like, that slowed down too. So, like, we got Millie, I stopped doing Beat Saber, but I started walking more, and then that got less and less until we basically just try to keep her active in the apartment. Like, we spend probably all told an hour or two a day, like, doing little fetch or wrestling, doing tug of wars, keeping her running around and jumping and active. And you say mentioned wolf mouth is good exercise. Honestly, a lot of all the weird tug of war little games I play with her and wrestling, like, all told, that probably is making some sort of difference. Like, it counts to some degree as physical activity, because she's pretty vigorous and I get like into it. So probably I might not be quite as weak as I would have been like 2 years ago before I was doing Beat Saber, when literally all I was doing is sitting in a chair and like clicking a mouse and typing on a keyboard. was like the extent of my physical activity. Beat Saber counted as a workout when you used your Apple Watch. Oh yeah, like it would basically, my Fitbit would count it as just like regular aerobic, like it would automatically count as aerobic. Occasionally, maybe depending on how fast, I don't know. Well, I don't know what the factor was, but once in a while Fitbit just like, it would try to auto-identify what activity you're doing, and it would identify my Beat Sabering as swimming, which I always thought was kind of funny. So yeah, my Fitbit thinks I just like swam for the last 45 minutes. Buy a house with a good in-ground pool. Millie would love that. She might. She likes attacking water, like to make it splash. I don't know if she would actually just like flat out swimming in it. There was one house that we looked at that had a pool, but it was like at the utmost upper limit of like what we could be approved for. And then I was like, yeah, if we're pushing, and that would be like our monthly expenses would be pushed like a couple hundred past our comfort zone, which I'm sort of trying to avoid that scenario where it's like, yeah, we can make it work, but it's going to be tight like forever from now on. And then on top of that, I was like, you know, when I was a kid, a couple of houses we lived in had pools, and there's a cost to maintain them as well. So yeah, so the one place and Oregon is not known for having lots of pools. California, like every other house had a swimming, well, not quite, but tons of houses had swimming pools in California. Oregon is not quite so much. You rarely, there's like indoor pools and shit, and there's some outdoor pools too, but they got, basically people mostly do their swimming at like public pools. But we got 2 pools here at our complex, but they're not private. Amanda would probably, she loves swimming, she would love to have a pool. But I wouldn't mind having a pool either. It's just like if we're stretched $200 past our limit, and then we also on top of that to do a pool, I start getting even more stressed. But what I wouldn't mind is a room where I could just close the doors and do Beat Saber and have enough space where I'm not like maybe worried constantly I'm about to shatter the controller by hitting like a dresser or something. Oh my god, now it's after midnight. Sheesh, you guys kept me talking. Alright. Well, now this is gonna happen. Yep. Told you. Go to sleep and good night. Your eyes are getting so heavy. Go to sleep now, Josh. EV23, J Maxi. Matus, Nick, Seep, maybe. Go to sleep. Nick's still there. I'll be waiting for you in your dreams. To P Rich. Still there. P Rich been a little quiet. There he is. It's quiet because he's fast asleep. Yawn G Law. Night Josh. Not Night J Maxi. Night P Rich. Night EV23. Night Nick C. Night Matu.